And we'll get things moving here. Let me get this guy right there. So I will share the screen. So now everybody should be able to see that. And I'll open up our manual here. Let me get to 2-page layout and get it as big as we can make it there. Okay, so we're going to get things started off here with fundamentals. We're going to go through a couple of back and forth between some sort of theory and then some practical exercises and some demonstrations and show you where these tools are and how they're going to work. But let's talk about how your training guide is organized here as well. So you've got, of course, in the table of contents and the when you go, let me go back to, sorry, I keep clicking the wrong place. So these topics are all hyperlinked. When you click on them in the PDF, they'll jump you to those places. But then, there's no go back where I was button other than whatever is in your PDF reader. But as you can see, there's a little bit of stuff up front, about this and about that and how things work. And then we're going to talk about how things are organized and structured, where they store on the computer. And we're going to get in probably the most excruciatingly boring part of the training, but yet very much an important part of the training. And that is learning about these settings. And that's where you see starting over here on page 10, and it's just 10, 11, a couple of pages, 10, 11, 12. We talk about actually, yeah, just the one page in the book, but we're going to spend quite a bit of time learning where those are and how they affect what you're doing, because it's really important. And a lot of people were never aware of that. And so a lot of behavior can be um, governed and understood about what happened to the file. And if you're not aware of things possibly being different from machine to machine, then you could, sort of uh, run into some issues with things that are that when a single file maybe is worked on by more than one person, um, and with different settings in play on each of those machines, there can have some effect. Some very subtle that you can't really tell, some very small. If the change is different, is if the change between some of the work with the setting on versus it being off is small, but sometimes it can be quite large. I mean, to the point of, I was teaching a class down in Charlotte, North Carolina, a large survey firm down there, that um, once once we saw that particular setting, the guy goes, "Well, that explains the last lawsuit." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "So somebody had been moving some points around just a little bit to get them out of the way from what he was looking at on the screen, because, his understanding, the way things were, that, well, he can always go back and reload the points from the coordinate file and it'll fix where he's scooting them out of the way from." But the settings had been done when the file was first created by, having the link turned on so that it allowed you to move the file in the drawing, and it automatically updates the coordinate file. And that's a switch on or off. And it depends on the state of that switch when the item is created, in this case, coordinate points. that if the switch is on to automatically update when the point gets first created, it's on for that point, regardless of whoever else works on it. So it goes to this other guy who's, the point pusher, the guy that scoots things around back and forth, and he's thinking that, his points are not moving in the coordinate file, only in the drawing. He's going to update them later. So he's moving around a point that somebody else created who had the switch on. So he's moving around, and the movements are just subtle. They're small. They're not like hundreds of feet where he can't tell, that they've been shifted. They're just parts of feet, just little, sub-foot distances. But they make all kinds of difference when you're using those points to compute property corners. And so, they had some property corner issues in their survey work, and wound up, in a lawsuit because of an argument between neighbors and between adjoiners. And so you can see how that might happen. So we're going to be learning about where those are and what they do. But then all the fun stuff happens, and we're going to be, if you look in the table of contents here now, we start talking about these important concepts, and we talk about points and point groups, a couple of exercises there, and then terrain modeling, surfaces and contours, which this is the absolute foundation for everything that Carlson does, regardless of which module that you're running, whether it's construction or civil or survey or hydro, it doesn't matter. Building a surface or a terrain is going to be absolutely foundational to what we do, because at that point we can, add points to the surface, take points away, or put, draw lines and things on or under or above a particular surface. So everything gets referenced elevation wise. And it's really easy once you know the tools to work in that three-dimensional world. And I don't think you'll ever really do much otherwise. I had had an old surveyor in a class I was teaching up in Connecticut. I guess it was Connecticut. And so we're talking about, building surfaces out of these points, and he gets all upset and he goes, "Well, that's not surveying. We don't do that. All I do is just do plats with properties. I don't care about the elevations." Well, he may not have, but the rest of the survey world, even then and back those many years ago, was still using elevations. We still need that elevation information. We're observing it, our instruments record it, so we might as well use it to some advantage. So once we have that and we can build surfaces, as you know, we can generate contour maps, we can create volumes, either volumes of materials in a surface or the differences between two surface conditions, that sort of stuff. So anyway, it's foundation, and so we're going to learn about what goes into making that surface, and that's sort of the backbone and the meat of what we're going to be doing these 2 days. And then at the conclusion of those exercises and work that we're doing, we're going to go through this little thing called putting it all together, which is a workflow. And it's basically taking a simple drawing that's got some simple points in it, and we go from just that particular state to a finished condition where we've modeled a stockpile, and we've modeled a borrow pit from that stockpile of a particular volume, and we've modeled an access road to drive up into that borrow pit to haul the material out. So it's a nice little simple exercise. I mean, it's complex, but it's easy. It's just complicated. Let me see, what's the better word I'm looking for. I don't want the negative connotation of complexity or complication to get in the way. It's just involved. Okay. So, but it's really easy to, uh, go, step 1, 2, 3, and we'll follow on that process. So, and all along the way, as we're doing that, lo and behold, we're learning all the basic functional tools of Carlson. Okay. So, starting things off, here is, oh, let me do this. I always forget that I have this. There, now you can see my mouse a little better. All right. So, there's a little bit about, first of all, I will ask, did everybody get all the materials? You got the links to the materials, got things downloaded, and you got your training manual, that sort of thing. Everybody, Joe's got yours. Okay, good. All right, Scott, you and Sarah, I presume, have yours as well. All right, Scott, if you were talking, you were muted. I wasn't.
Yeah, we have ours.
We got it.
Got yours. Okay, so everybody got their data sets. That's good. All right. So you can, read a little bit, of course, now that over 30 years experience is actually getting to be more than 40. So I've been doing this quite a while. So if there are problems to be encountered along the way, of this particular type of work, I guarantee you I've run into them and I've learned my way around them. Sometimes it was very painful and lengthy lessons. So hopefully, I can give you some insights to help you avoid some of those pitfalls. So otherwise, you're still going to have some of those and you're still going to learn your way through them, but you'll understand a little deeper about what's going on behind the scenes and maybe how to fix things. Okay. So really the key thing to take away from that about your instructor is not any of those little brag sheet items there, but it's that bottom line. It says King can be reached at. So that's where you can reach me. And one of the key things for everybody to keep in mind is that now that you are an MSoft client, customer, that you've signed up for the training, you have access to us at MSoft to ask questions about, to use us as tech support for the software. And we, in fact, do handle quite a bit of tech support, even for Carlson, although Carlson offers it free of charge as well, always has, and it's always been excellent stuff. So, but sometimes you'll get an answer from Carlson that is more programmer speak than surveyor speak or engineer speak. So that's a little bit of a different perspective. But anyway, you've got that. You reach out to us. We can do it. Even if it's something we haven't gone over in class, you've got a question about stuff, and we'll take care of any, we'll try to get any of those answers. Now, if it's a situation of like, oh, hey, I've got this project I'm working on, I've got, you know, 600 acres of new subdivision and road construction. I just don't want to get started. I want you to basically step me through the whole process. Well, you're talking months worth of work. So in that particular sense, we don't, we can't give you that as a free time kind of thing. However, we do offer, and in fact, we do quite a bit of consulting work with former clients. And I've got one right now that's a construction company out in Somerset, PA. Joe, I'm trying to think of the name of the company. You'd probably run into them. I know Adam's name. I'm trying to think. It's like Beasley or Beagley or something like that. It's a construction company. So, so one of the things that they do quite a lot of stuff is like build these solar power array farms where they basically go in and take hundreds of acres, and they build these sites to build these solar panels on these big industrial sites. And so he was needing some help in getting some, road designs and getting the software to model the surfaces, but more than anything else, to use that for his cost estimation to put in a bid on doing this work as he gets them down. So he needs to very quickly, throw together, uh, surfaces and figure out how much his earthwork is involved and that sort of thing. Um, so again, he just hired us on retainer, kept us up. We stayed busy very early on, and then he got the swing of things, and haven't talked to him in a couple of months now. So again, we do that. I helped a guy with a big, high-end carriage home development that adjoined the property of the Buffalo Bills Stadium up in Buffalo, New York. And so he basically hired us to just essentially be additional staff. So all of those kind of things are available to you if you need it. I'm not trying to sell you on consulting service. I got quite a bit of work that I have to do otherwise. So I'm not looking for any work, but it's there if you need to get into something like that, if that suits you. If you got a project and you got budget on it that you can, set aside some sub consultant dollars, uh, then please feel free to use us. We can help uh, quite a bit. Um, Again, I am a registered professional engineer in Pennsylvania. I don't have it in other states, but if any of that applies for any of your project work, just keep that in mind. All right. So, what we are talking about here is in this Carlson, we're going to learn, how things are laid out. And the book has a couple of little things that you're going to see, like a command name or a feature, and you'll see these little icons beside it. And those are very rare in the book, but that indicates whether something is an IntelliCAD version specific or if it's AutoCAD version specific. And again, not very many, maybe a couple in the book. And then this kind of stuff here, when you see things in menu names and a boldface, and this is all just sort of, it becomes very self-explanatory and very second nature. You don't really need to try to study that to learn it. But up here's something that I do want to point out that you can sort of pay attention to is these ideas that when you see these little markers in the text, those are a good thing to pay attention to. Like a tip or a trick or a good idea or something that's important that is worth taking a note of. So you'll see those in the book as we go through. Okay. And then here is a single page of basically what is Carlson. And again, I'm not going to read all this stuff to you, but it talks about what Carlson does, and it really is an interface between you, the user, and the CAD system that runs in the background, creating all this stuff as you're generating your work. So instead of you having to learn the sometimes very arcane CAD commands to do something and to do things in X comma Y comma Z coordinate value when we think in terms of northing and easting and elevation. So that's Y, X, and Z instead of X, Y, and Z, things like that. Um, and essentially, Carlson is just a set of tools and commands that sort of sits in between us and AutoCAD. So we know what we want in terms of a map, in terms of a model. AutoCAD knows how to create those things. Sometimes we don't know how to make that happen. And so Carlson says, oh, yeah, but here's what we do. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions in surveyor talk or in contractor talk or civil engineering talk. And once I get those answers, I'll gather them all up, and then I'm going to turn around and hand that off to AutoCAD or IntelliCAD in the background and let it, chew on those answers and come up with, either a computation or a drawn result or something. And then it'll give me those back, and then I'll reinterpret those to you, the user, in the terms that you are familiar with, that you understand. You know what center lines are. You know what profiles are. The Carlson's or the CAD software has no idea what a center line or a profile or any of that stuff is, because it doesn't care if you're working on maps of the earth or if you're drawing circuit boards or house plans or even dress patterns. It doesn't know or care. It's just geometry to the CAD system. So that's essentially what Carlson does. And it's, obviously a lot more complicated than that, but, and that's all this little page is talking about. Okay. So, oops, let me see. I'm trying to get the page to advance here. No, just go up this way. All right. So, how things are organized in what we can see from the software as we use it, there are basically three different models. And I'm going to leave some of this stuff just talking about these icons and the different modules that are in play. I'm going to leave that to your own sort of there's no need to hash that stuff to death. But here is basically these three particular models. There's a directory structure where this stuff works. And you'll see it in this project setup window where it says, we can either use a project folder, we can use the drawing folder, or we can use a fixed folder. And what that means is, and the way Carlson used to work in the early days, is it worked in this fixed folder mode, in which case you told the software, hey, this is where I want to store my data in a single fixed folder, and that's where data from everything went. And it all goes into that one particular spot. And, you could change it, although in the early days, it all went into a folder called SCAD data, which stood for ServCAD data, because the Carlson product in those days, Carlson Survey, everything was called ServCAD, and it was made for and marketed to primarily to surveyors. Well, as life evolved and the capability evolved, and they gave you the choice that you could always reassign that folder between sessions. However, the problem was, or the benefit is, excuse me, you knew where all your data lived. You always go and look and find that data. The complication of that was that all your coordinate files from your job that you're working on, the Jones survey, live right there in the same folder right alongside the coordinate files that you're using for the Smith subdivision design. And so you had to sort of keep them separate and keep aware of them based on whatever clever file names you gave them. So you couldn't just call, let's say you're building a surface for existing ground. I do this all the time. I'll name a surface just eg.tin for my existing ground triangulated irregular network. Well, in that way, in that fixed folder, I would have to name that Jones survey-eg.tin. And the next one I would have to call, Jones subdivision eg.tin. So it sort of gave a little added complexity to the management of the data while giving it the simplicity of a single location. The other object, or the other model of using is called this project folder basis. And this is, Joe, if you recall from Land Development Desktop, very much the way it works, that you have a project, and this, it's not a folder named project, it's whatever your project is, it creates a folder. And then it creates a series of subfolders and subfolders underneath that particular project location. So as you get a project started, it basically generates that whole folder structure. And then data of various different types can be assigned to various subfolders within that structure. So the nice thing about all that is that it keeps your data sort of segregated, certainly project to project, but it also keeps you from having to, say, scroll through a single folder with hundreds of um, files in it looking for, say, just your point files, your coordinate files. So you can see you could have a folder that you created called, whatever your project is. And you got one for, alignments, profiles, one for drawing files, one for, um, survey files like points and parcels and different things will go in those files. And you just make the assignment that just says, okay, for this type of file, go to this particular folder. And that range, changes obviously from project to project because your project level changes, but the structure underneath all of those project levels stays the same. And it automatically gets created for you. And that's where all those things automatically will start off to look. So you're really just giving it, when you tell it this, starting locations so you don't constantly have to change and shuffle and browse to find your data in your dialog boxes. Okay. So that's the opposite end of the fixed folder idea. And the middle ground, which is also the default condition, and it's what we'll normally do with this because that way it keeps all our data together in our training data sets location. And that's called the drawing folder, or what we call follow the drawing. So once you create a drawing and save it, and you tell it where on the system you want that folder to live, then all the files that you work with, whether they're surfaces or coordinates or center lines or profiles or you name it, they're going to, by default, be stored in that same location. If you go to open a file for a particular need, like you run a command that says, let's view a surface, it's going to ask you for that surface file. It doesn't know which one you mean. And so what it's going to do is go into wherever your file is that you are working on, your drawing file, and it's going to look in that folder first. Now you can always, at any time, navigate your way away from that location to find files and load them up from different places or save them in different places. These are just nothing more than setting your default locations and how the software is going to store and organize that data. Now, there's a really neat little trick that I'll show you once we load up a drawing, and it involves using this data and project folders. Even if you're not using the project folder setup, it's a neat little trick that can help give you some information. And so basically what you do is you switch it temporarily to that, and you then look into the folder assignments, and you can figure out what each of those particular types of files are. But we'll look at that when we get to it, and then we just switch it back. So we're going to leave everything in our drawing folder format, but we'll show you that as we step into it. Okay. So then that's how it gets organized. And boy, this is not advancing very well here. Let me see. All right. And so here are some of these so where these subfolders go and the data um, gets stored in those subfolders. Then next, we're going to talk about what is on, what's on the menu. What are these different types of menus? And the only part of this training guide here that we're talking about in this particular section, this is not where we start talking about each and every one of those different particular menus. That comes later in the book, but this is basically showing you the difference between general menus and modular menus. And every Carlson module, whether it's survey, civil, construction, what have you, they all have the same general menus. And it's these first 7 menus: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. And I guess you could add, the window menu and the help menu in there also, but those are parts of the fact that it's running in Windows. Those are always going to be part of that. But file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points is available regardless of the module. All the commands are available. Like if you have civil, you're not going to try to run something from one of those commands and it says, nope, you need the survey module, or no, you need the GIS module. So that comes later. Then after those particular ones, and you can see there's the general menus, the file, edit, um, draw, inquiry, settings, points. I think I left view off of that list, but basically it's just telling you what it is. And then you get, after that menu, you'll find the modular menus are going to start. And those are going to be specific to which Carlson module you happen to be in at the moment. And you can freely switch between them if you have the licenses to run each of those different modules. If you are in survey, the next menu that you'll see will be the survey menu. Then there's a COGO menu, or coordinate geometry menu. Then there's a centerline menu, area layout, annotate. If you are in civil, the first menu you see after points is going to be 3D data, surface, SiteNet, centerline. Whoops. So you might notice that some of these have the same name. Like here, there's a surface menu in survey and in civil and in hydrology, and they are similar to each other. They're not always the same. Sometimes one is simply a subset of the other. Civil tends to have most, or the most complex of the command structure, particularly in the modeling sides of things. So it has, for instance, under surface, all kinds of design and editing tools dealing with surfaces. Survey also has them. You can build surfaces. You can build, what are called design pads, or where you build a surface from a command called design pad template. So you basically can define a template for a pad, hit the go button, and it's going to generate that particular um, little design pad. The same thing is true in civil. However, civil offers that surveyor does not have, the survey module does not have. It has a command called design pad, edit pad template instead of just design pad template. So you can edit those things that you've done, and it's basically, instead of having to go back and rerun the command, it lets you change the parameters of it and run, as as part of that same pad template. So again, some of them are the same commands, some of them are slightly different, but the menus might be lesser in some regards. In um, in the case of hydro, for instance, the surface menu is remarkably different than it is in the other modules. However, it still has, excuse me, it still has the basic functionality of allowing you to build a surface, because we need to know in hydrology how the ground changes, so we know how to compute groundwater flows or surface flows, to computer hydrology. So they're all the same. Survey has, for instance, a centerline menu. There is no profile menu. There's no cross-section menu. However, some of those commands are also contained in its either centerline or its surface menu. There's a profiling function that's very small, or not very small, but it's less complex than, say, in Civil. Civil, you notice, has not only a centerline menu, but it has a profiles menu, it has a sections menu, and it has a roads menu, all four of which have all of the commands in the road modeling software, which are very extensive and get into everything from doing little simple driveways to full multi-lane, um, you know, separated multi-lane superhighway design with super elevation and speed tables and that sort of stuff. Okay. So all of those different modules are going to have those different things. So again, this is not talking about that. That part of that, what we want to talk about, these individual commands, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to go back in here to our table of contents. Whereas we do this and we go through our final exercise here, putting it all together. And then after that point, there is this command reference, and it's only talking about the general menus. This does not get into the civil commands, the survey commands, but it does go to these individual commands, and they're going to be, pretty extensively laid out here. In the other classes, those training guides are basically this up front, then it adds on the specifics for those particular modules, whether it's 3D machine control, which actually just uses the civil guide, but we got civil and survey and hydro. And so it adds to this first fundamentals part and then goes into the very specifics about that. But here's what I want to point out about this in the command reference, and it's after all of the discussion and exercise part, and it follows from that point through the end of the book. So we've got in these menus, we're going to take this menu by menu. So we've got a file menu. I've got we talk about, it shows you what the menu looks like here on the side, and then shows you about what these commands are going to do. So there's some different ones like import, export microstation files, XREF and polyline files, and then this drawing cleanup. Okay. And then, a few different utilities. Then we get to the edit menu, and it's the same thing. And there's a little example of and where the edit menu is. So you pull that down, and here's a little side menu, erase, and then it has some things in there's one called erase by layer. Very, very good command. Now, so what I want to use this for to illustrate this is that these commands that you're going to see, and particularly on the edit menu, they're really heavy, where you have both standard CAD tools like move, copy, trim, rotate, all of those regular old CAD commands. They're going to be included there along with these sort of Carlson variations on those typical editing functions. Sometimes they're, all, out and out constructions from the ground up by Carlson software. Sometimes they're just little helpers to the CAD commands behind the scenes. Okay, so when you follow through this book here, you notice in the edit menu, the very first command that you see written down here is erase by layer. So the reason for that is that you come down here and there's undo, redo, clipboard, and there's some versions over here on the pull right, and erase, and then there's under erase, there's erase, select, single, last. Those are all standard CAD commands, but erase by layer is a Carlson enhanced variation. So That's the first one that you're going to see. So in general, in your book, you're going to see these, as one class dubbed the term, you're going to see those Carlsonifications in this listing and not the standard CAD commands. Okay, so that's available in the help system. They're all available in the help system, but that's sort of the behind the scenes part. But now the other thing is, notice that some of these commands are red and bold, some are not. Okay, and the only reason for that is this, that when you see a command and you see that it's red here, all that means is that I, as the primary author of this textbook, this training guide, have found through the years those particular commands to be particularly functional, particularly helpful for my work. So break by crossing polygon, I do that all the time. And this extend by distance, great command, but I don't do it that often. Okay, so I don't have it sort of highlighted here with that red color. That's all that means. That doesn't mean these other commands are not very good and that the red ones are always really good. That just means this is what my experience has proven out. So you might look at these and say, oh, maybe there's something to pay attention to. Okay. They may not line up with your use. You may decide that you don't ever do this break by crossing polyline, but you extend by distance all the time. So, it's all going to be different, but it's just another little indicator as to what might be worth paying attention to. And you'll see them scattered throughout. And here's, for instance, the view menu, then the draw menu. Okay, so all the different things as to what they do and how they work. Um, Here's one, for instance, this shrink wrap entities, and it should really sort of be bold and red, but it's sort of built in and can almost be left in the background behind the scenes. Um, but it basically does this. If you've got a bunch of loose configured items out here in your drawing file, you run that shrink wrap entities, it will generate an enclosing boundary around it. So you can see not only around those individual points, but here are 4 polygons that are in my drawing. If I want to do a shrink wrap, then you see over here, the result would be this blue outline that walks its way around those shapes. Same thing here. These are lines. So it goes end to end to end as it creates that align to that contain, circles all of that. And they can be 2D, 3D. Um, And it can be in the case of those lines with the gaps between them, and also in the case of the points where there's space between them. That's called, using it by gap. Allow gaps. You'll see there are cross gaps, and you can see in the dialogue up here that here's your method allowed to go across gaps. But if you say bounded line work only, then that would require it to find a solid line, and then it walks that line all the way around until it hits another line, and then it departs that shape and starts following that, and it just works its way all the way around until it comes back to itself or runs out of data. Okay, so that's 2 different methodologies, and they can generate 2 different results for us, because sometimes you can think of, let's say, if each of these are individual. Oh, let's say they're individual paved parking lots. Obviously, we're not constructing things like that, but let's say we've got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Well, what's the total uh, asphalt? What's the total material in those paved areas? Well, I'd have to compute the material in this one, compute the material in the next one, and then the third one, and finally in the fourth one. but I'd have to subtract out these areas of overlap because while, that belongs to this one, it also belongs to that one. So you'd have to sort of, really complicate your way around it. Or I could just do a shrink wrap, let it find all of the things around it, and then just look at that particular drawn shrink wrap and say, tell me what that area is of that figure. So it takes care of that, um, as an entity. But the biggest thing that it's used for, the primary thing it's used for, and that's one of the reasons it's not really sort of red over here, is it's used to control our surface modeling. And we'll see how when we get into that part of it. And it's also, again, one of the reasons it's not so emphasized is in the newer versions of the software, that process runs automatically if we want it to. We don't even have to be aware of it. We just let it go and let it create all that in the background as we are, um, building those surfaces. Used to be we had to draw this entity first and then compute the surface and select that boundary. Now, again, like I said, it can all be done in memory in the background as part of that process. So that's the deal. All right, so that's sort of the whirlwind tour through the manual and the nature of that. So this particular uh, treatment of these commands, it's in the latter half of the book, and it shows you, what those commands are going to uh, do and look like, and it shows you some results. You get some little helpful pictures here. Um, these explanations. All of this is also available in the help system. Sometimes the help system will have a lot more information than what you see here. Sometimes it will have quite a bit less. So we've sort of taken the best of both worlds there and given you a nice little guide you can keep handy, throw in the desk drawer, and it's there for you. You don't have to try to look your way around or navigate your way through the system. All right. So that's basically the book and how to use it. So let's get some things started. We're going to come back here and start talking about settings and how they're important. And then we will start talking about points and then surfaces. That's where we'll start to get into really playing with the software. So right now, the primary location for different settings is with this command called Carlson configure. And it's going to have a series of buttons in this dialog box that's going to point you into various other types of settings based on, whatever those button titles are going to tell you that. That is the overall top-down global settings switchboard, if you will. There's also a means of this settings explorer, which is this spreadsheet-like looking thing and a little tree view on the side where you can restrict by, you can see over there, you can say, look at it, say, here's survey, I've got survey expanded. You can look at each of these different modules and see what the settings are. So here I'm in survey and I've come down here and I've selected, um, I don't know, whichever one I've got here. And it shows you all of the different settings, not just the setting itself, but what the value currently is now and what the value is by default. And in this particular example, they're all, looks like the exact same thing. So nothing changed on that particular one. So either way that you can do that, you can search for a command, you can filter, only show certain categories, that sort of stuff with that interface, or you can do it through the button interface that is by topic as well. All right. So down here now is our little light bulb. So is a little tip for you to take a little note of here. It says, as a general rule, that when you're asked to populate a dialog box with settings, and that's going to be settings that are going to control that particular command or that particular process, not necessarily the overall total everything about the software. You can always save those settings and recall them later. So you'll see these save or sometimes save as and load buttons. So you can see them right here on this particular tool for the configure tool. You also see it down here on this settings explorer. There's load, there's save. You'll see that a lot. And don't lose track of those or don't forget about those, because what happens is this. When you are filling out these dialog boxes, let's say to draw a profile, there are so many dialogues that go into that. Like you can tell it what layer to put a label on, what type of label, whether you use italicized text or straight text, or what size of the text, or what format that you want to call things in, or if you're labeling, say, property area, do you do square feet? Do you do acres? Do you do both? Do you do, the square foot to the nearest single square foot, but acreage you do to the nearest 4 decimal places, which would be the nearest to the nearest 10,000th of an acre, but that equates to being to the nearest square foot based on orders of magnitude relationships there. Um, anyway, all of those particular things, the way you want something to look, whether your profile grid is, has a 5-time or a 10-time vertical exaggeration, or if it's 1-to-1, whether you're going to label intersecting pipes and utilities and manholes and structures and all of those hundreds and hundreds of different settings, how to label the PCs and PTs of a roadway alignment, all of those different things, and you get them all set up. Let's say I'm doing a lot of work for here in Pennsylvania for PennDOT. Well, then I would get all that stuff up and I say, all right, here are my PennDOT settings, and then you can save them. And then you're working on another job for a private client, and you've got a whole different way you want things to look. So you've got settings for that. Come back to a PennDOT job. I don't want to go back and recreate all of those different settings. So use those load and save buttons judiciously. They'll save you a lot of time. All right. So that's a little tip to remember there. And again, like I said, when we're going to jump into the software here, and we're going to start talking about these settings and see how they work, and then we'll switch gears up to that point and start talking about the actual nature of the data that we're working with. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to switch this over here into Windows, and we will open things up and get things started. So go ahead. I'm sure you probably already got it open. Whoops, that's my open rows. Let's see, my Carlson stuff. Um, I'm going to run this with IntelliCAD as my engine behind it. Basically, it's exactly the same as running it with AutoCAD. The commands are all the same. The dialogues are going to look the same. Just a very slightly different interface in some regards. All right. So once I start, I should be at this, what they call the start page. It's a startup landing page as to whether we want, and whether this shows up or not is going to be based on a setting of your CAD system, not a setting of Carlson, but this is generally where it's going to start you off. And you can see over on the left-hand side, you've got ways to do a new drawing, open existing files. There's a drawings map. You can navigate to this with a Google Earth type of navigation and find files that might be stored in those particular coordinate systems. Find them that way. It's more gimmicky than anything else. I generally think that we generally tend to find things. We know where the files are. You've got little push pins on the side. You can pin these to keep them up here. And this is just a list of recent files. Then you've got down here, again, things that are also available to the software through the help menu and that sort of thing. There's a switch placed there that says skip start page next time if you want. You turn that on and it won't put you here. It just puts you straight into the system, your choice. Little news feed and stuff, tip of the day kind of stuff on the right hand side there as well. AutoCAD has one of these as well, and it's very similar to the Carlson one. They've also got like a learning page kind of thing on theirs as well. So, and again, we can just click on whatever we might have had open last. But let's go ahead and choose this new drawing. We're going to start a new drawing. So this is going to be the first part of how this stuff is going to work. So it's going to say, in the case of IntelliCAD anyway, the AutoCAD startup, excuse me, the AutoCAD startup sequence is slightly different, just in the way it's asking the same questions. But I'm going to do a new drawing. It says, okay, what kind do you want? You want a DWG or a DGN? You want an AutoCAD based file or do you want a MicroStation file? And oddly enough, I'm not sure which version you guys are running, the IntelliCAD or the AutoCAD version, but the IntelliCAD version of Carlson handles MicroStation files, these DGN files. I mean, it can work, it can open them up, create them, open them up, read and write, save to them without doing any kind of file conversion. It works directly on those files. The AutoCAD version, boy, excuse me. I'm so sorry. After a break, I'm going to have to go get some tea. So the AutoCAD version has a little more difficulty than the IntelliCAD side dealing with the MicroStation files. So that MicroStation file support tends to be a bit richer in the IntelliCAD version. Part of that is because Carlson programmers wrote that support from the ground up into the IntelliCAD platform. Carlson is one of the key developers of IntelliCAD as a community, but they also worked hand in hand with Bentley's programmers, and they really got some good work in there. In fact, I do a lot of work in both platforms, and one of the things that I had to do, I do this all the time, is that if we're doing, say, a retaining wall, maybe it's a 20-foot tall, a couple of 100 feet along the side of a highway. So in terms of roadway designs, we typically see a center line and a profile drawings, and it's generally talking about that particular line on the road surface, as it goes up and down for the profile, and if it goes back and forth in the alignment. However, for walls, we always have to show what the structural engineers are going to call we're going to call elevation views, but they're not truly elevation views. They're actually profiles. But you always have to be looking at the profile from the outside of or the front face of the wall. You have to be looking at the wall. Okay, not from behind the wall, but from in front of the wall, looking at the wall. Well, invariably, if I get a case where the stationing along my roadway goes left to right, my wall is going, if I'm stopped and looking at the wall face and my station's increased to the right, well, everything's fine. I've done, I don't know, 7 or 8 of these big wall projects. I have yet to get into one that actually lines up such that the stationing increases left to right as I'm looking at the wall. Almost, oh, well, so far, always, when I'm looking at that wall from the outside facing the wall, the stationing increases from the right to the left. So when I try to draw my profile, I would have to reverse it. Well, wouldn't you know, way back when we was first starting to do this work, actually the microstation software, the Open Roads designer, even inroads, could not draw a right to left profile. Carlson does it all the time. You just, flip direction on it. You just change the stationing and it draws the stationing from the right-hand side to the left increasingly and then creates a profile. So I would have to take all of my my microstation work that I'm doing for the highway department for these retaining walls, and to get a reversed profile to generate my wall instead of having to do all that stuff manually. I just kicked it over into Carlson, created the profiles here, and then kicked it back. And I never had to bother translating the file, saving as, and doing all these different crazy things. I just worked with it as a DGN file, and it kept it native, and it did not, um, no, nothing lost in translation, in other words. So it's very, very nice. I have to sing those little IntelliCAD praises, but they win the deal with that. We, however, are going to be dealing with DWG type files, AutoCAD type files exclusively here. And then it wants to know if you want to create a drawing using 2 different methods here, one of which is advanced setup or using an existing template. An existing template means start with a template drawing, which is basically a starter drawing. It usually has nothing drawn in it, but it has a lot of things defined in it, such as layer names and colors and line types and particular scale values and text styles. All of those things are sort of preset. Some variables like the view resolution and whether or not you want your polyline generation to be on and off. So you build all that stuff up, you save all those settings and you put them in settings or you put them in drawing files, and then you save them as a drawing template. And all in the world a drawing template is a drawing file, but it lives in a particular location. And instead of saying DWG as the file extension, it says DWT, which should give you a little clue if you're not aware of it already. But if you have a particular file that you always open up and then do a save as to get something started, that's a good candidate to make into a template drawing. Now you can either open that file and then save as a template, or you could simply copy that file into the template folder location and just change the file name from DWG to DWT, and it magically becomes a drawing template. No difference between a template and a drawing other than that one last letter in the file extension. Okay, so it's just a thing to get started with, their template. The advanced setup option will, instead of using the template, it goes through a bunch of, a series of questions and settings that you've already done as you're getting things started. So we typically start with a template. So let's go ahead and choose that. We'll choose next. And so the next thing it's going to ask me for is a template name. I have a default sitting there in the field called Carlson .dwt. Again, there's that template name. I could hit the browse button and go out and find some others, or I can hit this little pull down and find from, these are all the ones that are in my particular template folder. If I hit the browse button, it lets me go out and look at all kinds of other folder locations that I might find something in it. For instance, I don't see the one there, but if I were to browse and go, and here's, you see that it's under username, app data, roaming, Carlson software, blah, 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 blah. It's really, I don't know why the Windows programmers have all become um, adept at burying everything in places you can't possibly find it. But you could go back and find, for instance, if I'm in my consulting CAD resources, down here some templates. So here I've got a title block drawing template. Now you don't have that one. You can just take yours as default, but I'll go ahead and use that one and tell it to get started. And it's going to ask me next, where do I want to store the file? And what I say, so disregard what you see on the screen on here. You won't see that on yours, but it's now asking me to give it a name. So it tells me my default drawing folder is by default is trying to store it in Carlson projects. I can give it a new name. I'm going to choose. Yes, go ahead.
If we don't have the Carlson with inner left cat, we're just following along right now, right?
What do you have?
We have Carlson with civil, and then we have Carlson survey and Carlson construction,
Well, those are
all with AutoCAD.
oh, you're running on top of AutoCAD. Well, that's the same way to get started
Okay.
because it's going to ask you for a template. Uh, did you, like when you first started up, did you get on that, did you land on that start page?
Oh, we didn't. That's why I was a little, um, I
All
guess.
right, yeah, that's a switch in AutoCAD that you need, that you can turn on and off. Did it, when you opened it up, did it just dump you out into the drawing?
Yes, it did.
Ah, all right. So if you pull down the file menu and choose new, does it then ask you for a template?
Yeah. Let me open. I closed it and I was following along with you. Let me open it back up right now.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and open it. It'll dump you down the command line, ready to go, and then go to the file menu and pull it down, choose new, and see if it asks you for a template.
So it's giving me the startup wizard and it's telling
Yeah.
me files.
Okay. So
That's
so you have gotten to this point right here.
yeah, mine looks a little different than yours.
Yeah, and yeah, it will. Joe, what version are you running on? IntelliCAD or AutoCAD?
I'm on IntelliCAD.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so I'll switch back and forth to the different modules just to, so you can see the different ones, but that's, it's nothing to get all terribly hung up about. We're just basically getting, in here. But anyway, as far as this drawings, the startup drawing wizard goes, this is where I would be setting a file name. I would point to a particular folder location. I would set my scaling. I would set up my coordinate system, all that kind of stuff, or I'm just going to choose exit and let it come up here to go to one more um, item here, and it just kicked me out the drawing. Now notice what happens when I'm sitting here. I've got a pre-built, say somebody needs to mute, probably Joe, your phone. We're getting a lot of echo. There we go. So I've got a pre-built drawing sheet. You see, it's got some different things preloaded on there, little disclaimers here, and this is some from my, and I've got, these are all, placeholders in fields that just start with general notes, and I've got, some existing condition notes, owners and titles and all this different stuff, legends. So it's all pre-built in this particular, and that's an ANSI D size sheet, or 22 by 34. I've got also a version 11 by 17, the same type of thing with different things here. But if I go over here to my model tab, you see, that's what I normally would see. But what you don't or see, or what we didn't see as we started up, in this particular file that I used as a template, I've got all of these different layers defined that, in this case, start up here with, these rather cryptic ones, and I've got some different layer names and color and line type, different assignments on these layers that are going to contain my drawing information. Okay. So that's really the big reason of using a drawing template, is to get that done. And like I said, if you've got title blocks and stuff like that that you use, always use, make that into your template so you don't have to keep constantly building those from the ground up. All right. So now once we're in the software, this is where we're going to start to see these settings. And these ones where this Carlson configure is the one that has these different buttons that we're talking about back here in our manual, these guys right here. Okay. So this is where we're going to set some of that behavior. So let me see, Scott, if you might want, I'm going to try to do, I'm going to do this. Let's see, cancel that. I'm going to go back. I'm going to run the AutoCAD version as well. And I want you to see that, because the interface is just slightly different, but it's not going to be that different. Now, when I run the AutoCAD version, I get this same start page. And if you did not get this particular start page, there's a setting, and we'll see what that setting is. And it's a setting in AutoCAD, not in Carlson, that you set from. Notice the Carlson version, it had the little box down here that says skip the startup page next time. AutoCAD says not here. It's done with a slightly different way. And again, here's a list of our recent files. You got different sorting, by the name or when it was last opened. Obviously, you see some of these have previews. Here's these are either just haven't loaded yet, or maybe they can't find it because they've been moved. But let's say here's a file here. If I wanted to go there, I would click that to open that file. But I've also got the new and the open and everything else. So here is this particular file that I may have been working on in AutoCAD. Again, the version is the same. I still have a settings menu. Now it's going to pop up. I've got different palettes up floating. I've got my layers viewer. I've got my external service or external references, my XREFs. Okay, so I'll keep those floating, and this is floating over here on the side. I just touch it and bring it up. So that's slightly different from the IntelliCAD version. Now, if I were to go to File, New, it's going to see it says select a template, and it points me to look in, and it says look in template. So that's a folder, and you can see the hierarchy of that folder. It's drive C, users, Crawford, app data, roaming, Autodesk, AutoCAD 2024, R2 Forge Bot 3, ENU template. Okay, so once I'm there, it's going to let me start to look for these different templates. Or again, I can browse for different places. And these are the different template files that you might set up. So I've got some ones from Carlson. I've got some ones from AutoCAD. Here's some particular ones that were pre-built for AutoCAD, basically from AutoCAD map. So sort of getting started files. Okay, so that in that particular instance, it should have asked you for that particular template. If, however, you did not get to this start page, which you can see right up here, you can switch back and forth between the two. One, you're in a particular drawing. This is a particular place called the start page. Okay. And you can have more than one drawing open at a time. So you can have different tabs that you can look at back and forth. So to turn that on, if you want to use that start page, you would type start. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. If you type go to start, I think, so you might be start mode, but if I say go to start, that's going to put me in this start page. Okay. Let me see if I go back to my drawing and if I type start mode, it asks me for a number. 1 is its default. Now the start mode as a command, let's look what that does. And that says the start mode controls the display of the start tab. And that was that little start tab right up here in the upper left corner. Okay. So it says if it's 1, it will enable it and it display it. If it's 0, it closes it and it's disabled the next time you run the software. So that variable start mode tells it whether to land you on that start page or not. I particularly have come to like it. Some people think it just gets in the way, and so they turn it off. So your choice as to how you want to have it start. You can use the start mode or the start tab, which, brings up this sort of a preview of your recent files. And again, over here, some, different, I'm right now looking at recent files. I can look at Autodesk projects, which I don't have any with my project connector. I've got a learning tab, and these are all these different tips and tricks and videos and online resources. These are really nice. And then there's this function from Autodesk called My Insights, and it's sort of the precursors to an AI support assistant because it watches the way you work and it suggests different insights into what may help you work smarter or faster. So, what's new, it just basically jumps you to a different, it's the web page actually. So all of those different things, again, are just slightly different functionality, but it's nice, I think, to have these, open files, a sheet set, more samples, or choose a new from these particular templates, or create a new sheet set. All right. So once that's done, let's go back to our drawing, in which case we would have a new one here I'll just call that drawing 1. And if I click it there from that little plus button, again, startup drawing wizard, I'm back to just like I was in here when you saw me in that one. As I was getting that one started with this new template, I choose a template. I'll just take the Carlson template this time to finish. And now I'm back here to this startup drawing wizard. Same thing with the AutoCAD version, startup drawing wizard. So this part again is going to be the same. Now it's asking you for a couple of things here. We're going to need to give it a horizontal scale. First, we'll tell it which type of units. We're going to be in English units where we're talking 1 inch equals however many feet. If we were in metric, we could say, we would choose that and it would change it to so many meters equals so many meters. So it's basically a ratio. And it asks if I want to adjust the other things to switch it. I'm going to say no and go back to English. Don't need to modify that. But here's a couple of things to know about this particular thing, this particular setting. When we're telling it the scale of our drawing, we are not going to be drawing, let's say we need to draw a line that's 200 feet long. We're going to work in a scale of 1 inch equals 50 feet. Okay, then that line would be on the piece of paper, would be 4 inches long, right, to represent 200 feet at 1 inch equals 50 feet. In the CAD system, so what we're doing is we're not scaling this stuff in the CAD system. We're not saying, I want to draw a line that's 200 feet long, but I know you're going to draw the line 50 units long. We never do that. The CAD system is always going to draw it exactly to whatever its normal units are. In this case, it will be 200 units long. If I'm drawing a line that's, 50, parsecs instead of feet or miles, or maybe I'm doing it in millimeters, or maybe I'm doing it in angstroms, it's none of that matters as to what the units are. It's always going to be whatever your drawing units are, that's how it's going to create those particular items that you are drawing or measure things and give you those results. All this is doing, where we says, what is your drawing scale? It is setting things up so that when you create these things, in particular, when you draw things with symbols or text, how big to make that text is if you plotted it on a piece of paper at this particular scale. So let's say I'm doing a site plan of a commercial building and parking lot, and I wanted that to be shown at a 1 inch equals 20 feet mapping scale, then I would change that number to 20. And notice the numbers there underneath there. There's a symbol plot size and a text plot size. And over to the right of each of those is a little field called drawing units. So what I'm saying is, when I draw this thing at 1 inch equals 20 feet, it's going to create my symbols to be 2 drawing units tall, but my text to be 1.6 drawing units tall. So if I were to draw text, in the parking lot portion of my site plan here, that it would by default be 1.6 feet tall on the ground. If I went out there with the tape measure, measured it on the parking lot surface where I just wrote the text, it would be 1.6 feet tall. But let's say I wanted to make this, instead of 20 feet, I wanted to make it 50 scale. Well, then I got to stop and figure out, well, okay, what is that? So that's going to be 4 feet tall on the ground instead of 1.6. So what this is doing, this is just a clever way that Carlson is doing our sizing for us, is we give it a scale here. It will ask us then, what symbol plot size and text plot size do you want? Now here's the key. This term plot size, sometimes you'll see scalar, plot size scalar, or text size scalar, or symbol size scalar. What that means is when you see those key words, always think to yourself, printed inches, printed inches, printed inches, printed inches. When I see plot size or plot size scalar, that means how big is it if I were to plot it in printed inches. So I'm going to generally want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch tall, and I want my text to be 8/100ths of an inch tall, or what corresponds to what used to be known as Leroy 80, which is 80/100ths tall, or actually 81 thousandths, not 8100, whatever it is, 0.08 inches. So 8/100ths of an inch tall for my text, just under 1/10 of an inch. So a little bit smaller than 1/10 of an inch. And now, so the way Carlson does this is that it sets these numbers. I'm not going to ever generally, once I have generally given it these sizes here, 1/10 of an inch, 800ths of an inch, I want to leave that. It's a good working size. So what happens is if I change this from a 20 scale, I'm going to make this now a 40 scale. Now watch what happens over here. And it does it, as I'm working. Let's say make it 30 or 10. Notice these numbers are changing. Make it 50 or even 100 scale. So you see these numbers change based on whatever that number happens to be there. And so when I tell AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, if I say, all right, I want you to draw points in my drawing and use this symbol, and I want you to give it point number, elevation, and description with this text. I don't want to stop and figure out what size to make all that stuff. I just tell the system, I want 1/10 of an inch symbols and I want 800ths of an inch text. You figured it out. So Carlson does that based on this number right up here that we do. Now, Joe, I don't know how familiar you may have gotten with Land Development Desktop, but this was a slight variation in the way they handled it. What happens in Carlson is this. Text style definitions in AutoCAD or IntelliCAD for that matter can have, in fact, I'll just show you. There's no need for you to do this, but I want to show you where it is. When you are defining a particular text style, you're going to give it a name. In this case, I've got one style here called standard. You can make a new one. Let's call this one Ken's, let's see, Ken titles. Okay, so these would be like title bars and stuff. So I've got one called Ken Titles. Now, based on that style name, I'm going to give it a particular font. Let's say I'm going to use, I have no idea what this is going to look like. All right, there's that bond shrift semi-bold condensed. Okay, now right here, this number is a height number. It's a fixed height. So it can have one of two values. It can, well, an infinite number of values, but it can be either a 0, which means do not make it a fixed height, make it a variable height, such that anytime I ask to draw text in the future, it's going to ask me, it needs to ask me that the text size. Or if I give it a specific number, then it's going to lock it into that, and it's going to not ask me for the text size later on. Now, what Land Development Desktop did was this. They did all of their text styles that they created, and they were in numbers of things like L40, L60, L80, L100, L200, L225, L whatever, which corresponded to those old Leroy lettering kits. But the sizes were predefined by these hard-coded sizes. So if I needed text to be a 1/10 of an inch tall, I would choose L100. If I wanted it to be, 1/2 an inch tall, I would choose an L500 as a text style. Okay. Then if I were to change my scale with this drawing setup, if I were to change that from a 20, because Land Development has gone through and created all those L80, L100, blah, 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 it created L100 to be 2 feet or 2 units tall. So if I were to change this to instead of 20 scale to 40 scale, what LDD would do in the background, you would see it fly by on the command line if you were quick enough, but they would recreate all of those text styles based on this new number. Okay, so then L100, instead of being 2 feet tall, is going to be 4 feet tall. So it would recreate all of those, and that allows you to keep changing scale without, again, having to worry about computing the different text size. But it required the system to regenerate or recreate those those named text styles. Carlson, on the other hand, does it this in the opposite direction. They make their text styles all with a 0 height. And then when it comes time to draw this piece of text, they've asked you in the dialog box, how tall do you want to make the text? And you generally answer it in terms of plotted inches. Okay, you'll see that text plot size. And so it takes care of feeding that extra bit of information to the CAD engine that Land Development Desktop took care of by predefining the text styles. And, so it's just a matter of who does what and where. And so in this case, Land Development Desktop had to have a list of pre-built text sizes, whereas in Carlson, it generally does not. It's everything applies to whatever your current text style is going to be what's used. And if that text style is defined as 0 height, then it's going to use these numbers that Carlson is going to compute on the fly. Okay. So a little bit of technical differentials there. Not that any of that matters. You don't need to know any of that, but that's generally what's going on behind the scenes. Now, I will point out to you, Joe, in your case, because you've used Land Development Desktop, a particular resource. If you go to the help system and choose Carlson Manual. And if you look in the table of contents pane on the left-hand side, there is down at the bottom, first of all, there's a series of tutorials. I urge that for everybody. But there's also under that this LDT, that's Land Desktop. Should be Land Development Desktop. So you'll see Carlson uses the two terms interchangeably, either LDD or LDT. So this is a migration guide. So this talks about data file types and storage, different settings, surfaces and contours. So they basically, if you're comfortable and familiar with these particular things in Land Desktop, this can show you, here's roadway cross sections. The section files are created, the section file editor. Here's text height. And LDT is part of a set of text styles is created based on information. That's what I was just telling you about, based on this Leroy, that L80, L100, whatever. Okay, so AutoCAD text style should be set with a height of 0, whereas LDT did it with those particular heights. All right, so I'm going to exit that, but I did want to point that out, that it might be useful for you. If it's been a lot of years since you've used it and you don't need to worry about it, then you can completely forget that. All right. So we have got to the point where we've started up a drawing, either by just dumping into the interface. We did or did not use the start mode. We did or did not use a particular drawing template. And we're ready to set some settings. And again, the settings would normally be kept in the drawing template. They would already be in effect, or they would be stored out there on the system somewhere, and you could do a load because you saved at one point in the past. Okay. So now, before we get into this mind numbing stuff, let's see, Joe, I see a chat thing here popped up. See, Beagle, yeah, that's them. That's it. So you know those guys. All right. Good. Thank you. Sorry about that. I told you I tend to miss those little flags when the chat windows pop up. But yes, anyway, yeah, that's the construction company in Somerset that I thought Joe might know about. So he apparently does. All right, now so before we get into all of these settings and what they mean and do, it's time for a mid-morning break. We're just about 15 minutes or 20 past it, but we'll give you a chance to stretch your legs, get some coffee, tea, whatever or water, whatever. So we're going to take a little break here, and we'll come back, and then we'll go to the lunch hour. We'll probably be pushing our lunch hour into like 12:30, and again, East Coast time. Apologize to you folks out on the West Coast. I know it's early for you, but you get to leave early, so that's good for turnaround. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we will stop things here, and we'll come back and get started again at 10 minutes after. So I want you to have your full break. So I will, in the meantime, I'm going to pause our recording. So as we explore our settings, it's pretty important that we understand how they affect what's in the drawing, particularly if a given drawing is being used by more than one person. Okay, so again, where we're going to see them, and you'll see them in the middle of everything. Let's say I'm in my civil module right now, and if I were going to say station a center line, okay. So you see, I would fill out all of these different settings here, and then I could save these settings or load these settings. I could load these settings from another. Here's, for instance, a soil nail wall main station settings, or Studio T3 settings, or training settings. And when I open those up, it fills in all of these values, and you can see there's some here, there's some in here, and there's even, different, all of these different settings. Okay, so all of that stuff gets saved, and this is just for this particular one command. Everything else is going to be done from the top down. And if we look at our settings menu, let's do that. And let's look at our settings explorer. So that is, 3 or 4 choices down. I've recently changed the resolution on my monitor. Let me get this a little more reasonable here to make it a little easier to see. in over a Zoom connection. So now, if I collapse this down, these particular items, see, these are all the different Carlson modules. There's CADNet, civil, construction, field, geotech, GIS, hydrology, blah, 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 survey. So let's look at survey. We're going to be using the survey module predominantly. You know, in our work here. So if I'm in survey, I see, and I've got categories of annotate, area layout, centerline, COGO, GIS, surface, and survey. These correspond to those menus. In fact, let me switch to survey. And you can see these menus across the top here after points. There's survey, COGO, centerline. So I'm going to go back to my settings explorer under survey. So there's annotate. See, that's a menu. Area layout's a menu. Centerline's a menu. COGO is a menu. GIS is a menu. Surface is a menu. And survey is a menu. So these are where those commands are. So let's look under centerline, for instance. And the one that we were just looking at a minute ago, where I did the load settings and it showed you all those different ones, that was this don't have it under survey. All right, let me look under civil real quick. There's a center line. Design label, station, offset. That wasn't, oh, station, center line, and offset. So maybe it is under survey. Center line. Yeah, here it is. Sorry. So station, polyline, and offset. So you can see over here, the ones that I've loaded up, I have, these are all of those different settings values. And you can see they're, you know, quite extensive through all those different dialog buttons that you saw me looking at. And you can see what my values are compared to the default value. And this INI name and the data type, that's stuff that you're going to see in an INI file if you were to save those. But you can see mine are slightly different. That's looking at a total tangent versus a portion of tangent. I've got delta instead of the delta angle. That's the actual label that it types when it puts that stuff down. So this lets you do that comparison between what's default and what yours are if you want to go through this interface. To be quite honest with you, and again, all of these settings, like whatever you might filter here, you can save and load these as well. Now, to be quite honest with you, I almost never ever use this particular tool. Okay, but it is there and it can be useful to give you an idea of what these settings are. So let's go back now and talk about the global settings and how they're going to affect what we're going to do. So let's go to the Carlson, or the settings menu rather, and let's look at the Carlson configure. This is where all these settings are going to take place. And we have a series of buttons here. So you can count them up. There's 12 of them, and they affect how the software behaves in these particular different categories. If I am using takeoff, the takeoff menu as part of the construction module, and Scott, I think you said you guys do have takeoff, or you have construction. So if you look at those takeoff settings, these are going to be things that apply here. Notice it also says takeoff / sitenet. Sitenet is it's a menu in the civil module that contains a subset of the full takeoff product in what they call SiteNet, and it does everything that takeoff does, except it can't use these colors in these automatic updates. But this is where you're going to set how the software behaves. So you're going to tell it you want to, you can extrapolate a surface to a boundary perimeter if you wish, or densify brake lines every so often. What's going to get drawn. Do you want to reduce triangulation surfaces, either the existing or the design surface, or both, or neither? These are the particular file name suffixes that get tagged onto all of the different surfaces that the construction module or takeoff and SiteNet will create. Then over here are some colors as to whether you want to update and whether you want to change the color of everything to match whatever you set for these particular colors. So we're not going to worry about that particular one, but that's something you want to get into and explore as you're working in your takeoff module. Now, the localization settings, that's the bottom button on the right in here. This is not, like those of you who are surveyors, this is not localizing your, say your control network and your GPS setups. That's localization of the instrument that's done separately outside of this. This particular localization is if you're working in a different country, you can set a particular language. You can set on these different categories, let's say for your, let's say your area defaults, what setting you want to set the maximum gap to join. So you can put in these values here. All right, so, and then it's got, if it has a configuration default value, you would see it there. It's got a metric default value, et cetera, et cetera. You can choose these different items as well. So that lets you localize your copy of Carlson to the location that you are in, whatever part of the world you're working in. Generally, and I will tell you, I've never changed that at all, so you generally won't have to do that either. These next two above, the mine note settings and the mining settings, all of this has to do with, you see this strata calc settings. These are certain things that you're doing, because when you're doing the mining modules, which none of you are, that tells it how to create these different strata layers as surfaces, and it uses gridding instead of triangulation to do those particular layers. And so that sets those particular ones, and you can give it a key mineral that you're looking for. In this case, it was coal. You can give it a different, there's a place somewhere you can set a density value for the coal so it can compute tonnages, et cetera, et cetera. Again, we're not going to be doing any of those as well. Section, profile, and hydrology settings. If you're doing sections and profiles, some of the commands in there will be dependent upon, let's say you're doing, for profile design, you want to do stopping site distance calculation. So you would need to give it an eye height and an object height. So you're assumed to be sitting where you're 3.5 feet off the ground with your eyes as you're driving a vehicle, and you're looking for an object that's 6 inches tall in the road. What distance will you have? What stopping sight distance would you have to compute that, for instance? The vertical curve drawing resolution. Now, this is a number. It's not a distance. It's a number of some. I'll show you what it is here in the help system. Carlson configure. That would be my section and profile. Settings, the vertical curve drawing resolution. Right here, it says it applies to the draw profile for the segment length for drawing vertical curves. Okay, so now they don't tell you this. It's not an actual length, like it's not going to draw segments of that vertical curve every 10 feet. It's just a relative number. I wish they explained it better here in the help system. They do not. But what that means, you know, the higher the number, the more segments it's going to use to approximate that parabolic curve when it draws it, because the CAD system cannot draw a pure parabola. It has to read the equation of the parabola, and then it draws little individual line segments connected all together to look like that profile. Okay, so basically it's a degrees of smoothness, if you will. Okay. And then you can tell it different things. Do you want to use the crest sight distance? It says you're going over a hill. If you want to use that sight distance for your sag, which is if you're going through a dip in the road, for that same computation for the sight distance, and the template grade subdivisions for your parabolic template. Let's see what that one was. Profile. Parabolic template applies to the process road design, and that's how many 3D polylines do you want to draw for the grades defined as being parabolic in the template. And again, it's not a distance. It's, well, they don't explain this very well. Anyway, it's, it's a number 2 through 12 of how finely you want to generate those 3D lines, again, with the number of segments. So I would just leave those at the default. The station type. So when you're labeling your stations, do you want to see them in this particular fashion, which is what we normally do with English stationing? Sometimes the 1 plus the 3 digits, that's in your metric stationing value. And then this 100 would be, instead of using the plus, it would draw it out as a station number. So that's just, again, and all of these, by the way, you can change at the time you're doing a particular command, but these are just setting our defaults. Okay. And then if you're using this particular number dot, whatever digit, no dot number dot, that tells you, this is where you can tell it a prefix to use, etc. So we'll just keep it as our station type there. So no changes that I made for that one. So again, just basically set and forget. Hydrology settings, again, we won't worry about that, but that talks about how it computes slope distance, whether it's center of the structure to center of the structure, or whether it's the face of the structure to the face of the structure. That's called actual pipe length. So in this case, I've got a 4-foot structure. So that's 2 feet from the center back. So if I say my pipe is 100 feet center to center, okay, and the slope distance would be 100.02 this is at a 2% slope. But if I'm using the actual pipe length, that instead of going center to center, it goes face to face. So that's actually going to be 96 feet. And they're using a 2.08% there. So 96 feet from this face to this face is just how it reports that particular one. And by the way, here's a little bonus question for those of you who might have built roofs before. Why 2.08% instead of, say, 2%? Now, they did use 2% above, but anybody know the significance of the 2.08%? And not trying to stump anybody here or trip anybody up, but that is the percent slope that is given by a 1/4 inch per foot, a 1/4 inch of drop for every foot of length. That's considered the minimum slope to drain a roof. Okay, so that's what a lot of designers won't go below that as a slope to do a grade on the ground. although we almost always do cross slopes on highways as 2% and not 2.08%, but that's all that means. So that's the settings for hydro. You won't need that unless you're using the hydro setting. Now, the first ones we're really going to get into is the survey settings button, because if you're all using the survey module, and here's what it's going to set up. Now, those of you who are new to this and haven't run this before, if you've got a relatively new version of Carlson installed, what does this value here for the CG survey menu say in yours? Does it say none or does it say compact?
Mine says compact.
Okay. So if it says compact, I'm going to say okay and exit. You can keep yours there. I'm going to show you what that means is what that means is I've got my menus. I now have this menu right here called CG survey. You'll have that as well. Okay. Now this is the entire CG survey software package that was a competitor to Carlson years ago. Carlson bought the whole company basically just to get their network least squares adjustment routines. And so because a lot of and when they bought that company out, of course, C&G software, the old Cowherd and Goodman software, was no longer available, but a lot of surveyors were using it. So this gave them a chance to use that same interface within Carlson. So they just transitioned all their customers and gave them Carlson survey from when they were using C&G survey. So this builds it right into the system, and it does exactly, it's the exact same. This is the C&G system. If I had full instead of compact, you would see file, traversed, you would see those as additional menus across the top here. But this is this very same one where you set everything up exactly the same as you did in the old C&G survey. All right. So if you are not an old C&G survey user and you don't have any need for it, I would suggest, I'm going to go back to settings in my Carlson configure, in my survey settings, I would change that to say none. And when you do that, once you say okay and exit, that menu will go away. It won't be in your way there anymore. Okay, so that's all that does is give you access to that subsystem. Now, the initial traversing and side shot angle mode. Let's say if all of your angles, you're always computing and or turning angles to the right, I would set it to that. And again, you can override it at the time if you need, but that's always going to be the same. Or you can have it prompt you to which one you want to use. I usually use mine as prompt. I don't ever generally use an azimuth. I almost always do turned angles to the right. So your choice on that. Now, this button right here, show the occupy and backside point on the status bar. If that's on, now what that does is this. I'll show you this in just a second. It puts a little indicator all the way down here on the status bar of the software as to what your current occupied point and backside points are, what they're set to be. Now, if I have it on here, I'm in the IntelliCAD version now. I'm going to say okay and exit. And then I'm going to run a Kogo command, and I'm going to just say I'm going to traverse well, I don't have any points. And just draw locate points. I'm going to do a couple of points here. And I'll just screen pick. I'm going to put a point here. And I'm going to just give it that as a name. And I'll give it an elevation of 100 and a description of Control-1. All right. So there's my point right there of point 1, elevation 100, description 100, or control 1. And then if I've got another point over here, I'm going to put a another point here, and I'm going to give that a 99 elevation, and I'll call that one control 2. All right, so I've got these particular points. Now, I'll hit enter to finish laying out points. I've got a couple of points here. Now, if I want to set a point 3, let's say I want to turn an angle to the right of, let's say, and I'm going to sit on point 2 and I'm going to look at point 1. So my occupy 2, my backside will be 1, and then I'm going to compute where point 3 is going to go. So I'm going to go back to Kogo and I'm going to traverse. And right now, because I did them in this order, it says it already knows I'm sitting here. But I've got down here these options where I can choose, you know, which particular ones I want to be using. If I look at my O for options, and it's looking for an angle bearing code. So if I do O for options, that's where I can set angle right or prompting vertical angle. So I'm going to go angle right here to blah, blah, blah. So now it wants to know, okay, so it shows, 0. It should have been a 7, but let's say, so it's asking for, says enter the angle right in this form, degrees, then period, then minutes and seconds. So let's just set it to 90 degrees from that line, and let's set a distance of, say, 50 feet. And we'll give it an elevation. We'll call that one 101. And we'll call that one side shot 1. Okay, now, all of those things as, let me get out of it. When I was traversing, I was occupied 2 because that was my last point built. I was looking at 1 because that was the previous point, and I was setting point 3. So I went 90 degrees, 50 feet. So now if I were to do a, oh, let's say we'll do some side shots, for instance. So here's my side shots. And see, normally, see down here on my status bar, I don't see anything. Okay, normally it would say OP 2 BS 1, occupied points 2, backside points 1. Okay, so I don't see that. If I were to look at my options, again, the same options there. All right, so I don't, let's say if I wanted to sit on point 1 and backside point 2, for instance, and then I have to do a different thing. I have to do a, I don't know if I can do it from within. No. I would have to choose first to go to Kogo. I choose my occupy point. So I'm going to say pick a point or point number. You can either pick it, or I'm just going to say I'm going to sit on point 1. My backside would be by point that you see in the angle brackets down here on the command line. So I'm going to say my backside was point 2. All right, point, I had to tell, and then point number 2. All right, so now I'm sitting on point 1 and point 2, and if I compute next, if I go to do a side shot again, all right, so I'm going to go the angle right. Let's keep it 90 degrees. So notice I'm sitting at 1, looking at 2. I've turned 90 degrees, and let's go 50 feet here. Again, I'll just type 50. Yeah, so there now, the first one I set this side shot, I was sitting on 2, looking at 1, turned to 3. Here I'm sitting at 1, looking at 2, and I turned and set number 4. Okay. So I'll just exit that command. All right. So normally when I have that setting to show those points, on the status bar, you would see them down here. Now they don't work in IntelliCAD, but if I'm in AutoCAD, let me exit this and go to a new drawing here. Let's go to points. I'm going to set that same coordinate file, which was my getting my right location here, my fundamentals, data sets. Was I in Carlson projects? Should be one cond. There it is, drawing 2. All right, now I'm going to just draw locate those points so you can see them. I'll draw them all. So there's now my point 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, if I've got in this settings, Carlson configure survey settings, show the occupy and backsite on the status bar. And then if I were to go to, you can switch to my survey module, and go to set an occupy point. I'm going to occupy point 2, backsite method, point 1. Okay, so that now should show down here occupied. So if I do a side shot now, okay, well, apparently it, oh, way over here on the far right, you see that it says occupy point 2, backsite point 1. So that shows you over there. Maybe they've moved it. Maybe it does still work in IntelliCAD. It used to be right in here where they would show it. Now it just shows you your occupied and your backsite point. Okay. So let's go back and see if I do show the occupied. All right. Now let's do a side shot. Let's occupy point 3. That's backsite point 1. And now let's do a side shot. All right, so it's 3 looking at 1. They're showing you with a little indicator, but it doesn't show down here on the status bar anywhere. Let's see. Nope. So in IntelliCAD, it doesn't have any effect. In AutoCAD, you get that little indicator over here on the far right. All right, now, for those of you in IntelliCAD, it's not so much of a problem in computing points, for instance, because you can always go and do that. You choose an occupied point and a backside point to set up for your next calculation. However, there's a real quick way of doing that as well, and you just inverse between points. So let's say if I wanted to sit at point 3 and backsite point 4, I'm just going to inverse. Now notice when I look up here, I've got these little letters here in parentheses off to the right. So an inverse, if I just type a letter I, that's going to let me inverse. So if I want to set it, remember I'm 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I want to sit on 3 and look at 4 for my next computations, all I need to do is down here on the command line, I just type I, hit enter, that's inverse, and I'm going to go from 4 to 3. And so it now reads me that the bearing and distance and all of that between those 2 points. Okay, so I've now just very quickly done an inverse, and that has established my backsite and my occupied. I now started at 4, went to 3, so I'm sitting on 3. I'm looking at my previous point 4. So now if I do a side shot And again, I could just type SS. Notice my setup now is showing me I'm sitting at 3 and I'm backsliding 4. Okay, and so now it wants to know the angle code and all that kind of stuff as I go. So my angle bearing code of 7, and that angle code of 7 means a turned angle to the right. And here's what they mean. They used to put a little helper line up here above. I don't see that down here. It used to be, let me see. And there you go. If you type H to get help, they used to put that there for you all the time. Now they've suppressed it. But if you type in H, this tells you what these angle codes are. And what those codes are, if you think about a quadrant around the like a graph paper around, north is up and east is to the right. The northeast quadrant is code 1. So you would be putting in a bearing of north some angle east. And so it just goes around clockwise in northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5 means use an azimuth. So it's always from the north. 6 means a turned angle to the left. So wherever you're sitting and you're looking at a backslight, you're going to turn to the left. 7 is your turned angle to the right. And notice it's the default. You see it's in those angle brackets because that's what's most often used. So 6 and 7 are turned angles left and right. 8 and 9 are deflection angles left and right. So instead of turning the angle, if I'm sitting at 3 looking at 4, the turned angle to the right would be as if I am doing that, sitting at 3 looking at 4 and then turning to the right. Whereas a deflection angle would be I'm looking at 3 and I'm looking behind me at 4 and I'm going to deflect. So instead of turning this way to the right, I'm going to be up here and extending that line and then deflecting to the right or the left. And then finally, 10 is gons. Anybody know what a gon is? And again, not a trip up question. I've never seen it used. I'm going to just get out of the command. I've never seen it used in surveying at all here in the States, but apparently it's used a lot in Europe. And a gon is nothing more than another word for what they call a grad. So instead of there being 90 degrees in a quadrant for a full circle being 360 degrees, they're using gradients to mean that there are 100 grads in a quadrant for a full circle of 400. And that way your angles are all decimal based instead of based on 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in a degree. There's just 100, and so 100.5 would be, 100, which is a quarter of the circle, and then 0.5, that's another half of a grad. So they're decimal based, and it's just a different way of using angles. Again, I've never seen it used that way in the States, but apparently it's there, and that's why it's an option for the international customers. So if you ever see that term, you may flush it from your memory unless you are just really curious. All right. So back to Carlson configure our survey settings. So that's what that will do for you. It won't work in IntelliCAD. In AutoCAD, it shows up over on the right. Now, these particular settings here, an automatic raw file and an automatic line on, if you have those turned on, That means when you compute these positions, it's going to open up a raw file, which basically is a recording, or it's the tape, if you will, of your computations that you can go back and tape and go back and recreate these points. So to give you an example, and again, if it's automatic on or off, you can turn them on or off manually, if you will. If you automatically have them on, it's going to do this. All right, so I'm going to have it on. I'm going to exit. Let's go out to, I'm going to go to Kogo, and I'm going to set an occupied point of, let's say, I'm going to say a 2. And a backsite method by point. I'm going to backsite point number 1. All right, so I've now set that. Now notice right above the line in the command line, it says writing a new file, drawing2.rw5. That's my automatic raw file that's being created. So now it has established that setup, and I'm going to now do a series of side shots. So I'm going to say side shot. I'm 2 looking at 1. I'm going to go angle to the right of, let's say, 45 degrees, 28 minutes, 15 seconds. I'm going to go a distance of, say, 25.65 feet, and an elevation of, we'll just keep the same elevations, and then we're just going to just call it side shot. All right, so I've now established that point number 5. I'm going to now, again, I'm doing side shots, so my setup is not changing. I'm going to keep it. Now, this time I'm going to say 136 degrees, 30 minutes. And I'm going to go a distance of, say, 75 feet. And we'll just keep that and that. All right, so now that's being done, but nothing's being done except the raw files being recorded. So now I'm done. I'll either exit. And now if I want to traverse, see, notice line is on, raw file is on. And so now remember, I'm sitting at 2 looking at 1, but I'm going to traverse this time. I'm going to go angle code to the right. And this time I'll go again 90 degrees to the right. Let's go distance of 100. And we'll set that one down, say at 100 elevation, and it's going to be a traverse point. And so now there's that one. So now I'm sitting at 0.7, looking at 0.2, and I'm going to go to the right, and let's just go up 90 degrees, and let's go 50 feet to that next point. Elevation, elevation, done, and now I'll exit. All right, so now what do I have in my drawing? I set it to, I looked at 1, or yeah, 1. I turned 90 degrees and went whatever that distance was. And because I was traversing, I moved up. I'm now sitting at this point, looking at that point, turned 90, went that distance, and it drew these lines automatically. If I select one of those lines, I can see it just put it on whatever my current layer was and whatever characteristics of that layer. So that's what automatic draw lines does, is it automatically turns it on. And notice over here, I've got the ability to turn those on and off if I wish. And let's just close the file and we'll turn that off. I'm going to actually come back to my survey settings and I'm going to uncheck those. I don't generally like those unless I want to track them. But here's the advantage of having tracked that. If I go to survey, let's edit process raw data. There's my raw file. I'll open it. And there you can see, there's my traverse lines 2 to 7 to 8. And I've also got all of these side shots that I created in this, and right here are all these records. So let's say if I mistyped this, instead of 136 degrees and 30 minutes, that should have been, let's make that 140. Let's make it 145 degrees. And so that's going to set point number 6. Now you see that's the line that it's setting. So 2, looking at, so there's my occupied 2, backside 1. So 2 to set 6 would be, so you're going to see 0.6 change once I hit enter for that. It's, and that's 75 feet. So that's going to recompute that particular position. And let's say here's a traverse point. Let's say instead of 90, I should have gone 115 degrees. Now you see my point. I can't get this. Trying to catch that corner. Yeah, I'm trying to make that bigger. Yeah, let's so now 2 to 7 to 8 is going to be different. So now I will have recomputed this relationship. And so all I have to do is then process that. Let's do no adjust and just say okay, and there's my results. And then if I come back here and I want to save, let's just say if I go exit, save changes to the raw file, yes. Change changes to the coordinate file, yes. And now if I look at that, was it point number 7? If I double click, I want to double click point 7. So see, it says my screen point differs from the CRD file. All right, so so if I go back to points now, and if I go to point utilities and I update my drawing from the coordinate file, just take them all, see what it did is it took, see there's 7 and 8, because instead of that 90 degrees, it went to 115 degrees, and 0.6 moved. You don't see any lines, but the lines that went between 2 to 7 to 8 went with the points when they updated. And that's another setting, by the way. Under settings, Carlson configure, general settings. Over here, it says link line work with points. And because those lines were created by those points, that's what happened when those points changed positions. The line went with them. All right. So you get a sense of how these are tied together, I presume. So let's go back to survey settings and talk about the rest of these. Now this automatic point object snapping being on, I like to have that on. I'll show you how that works in a second as well. I generally do not have it automatically compare the drawing points with a coordinate file when you start up the drawing, because sometimes that can just be problematic. And here's the way I use coordinate files. I switch coordinate files all the time in and out when I'm working on a drawing. I may have a coordinate file that just has control points in it, and I may put those in, and then I'll switch to a different file that might have side shots, or it might have stakeout points, or whatever it happens to be. So I don't generally have that track on, but you can have it on if you want. The automatic check Carlson community for missing symbols. So if I'm going to draw a point and I told it to use a particular symbol. In this case, our symbols are just those little plus marks. If I don't happen to have that symbol in my point library anymore for whatever reason, and if it's missing, it will go out and check online the Carlson community, um, which is basically just a bunch of Carlson users out there, and look for that symbol and will download it or offer to download it for you as well. So it's, it's handy if you're missing anything. I've never wound up actually missing a symbol, but it's there. And then enable the transparent point commands. Now those are commands, and they live over here in this toolbar that you see on my far right. Those are whereas in the middle of doing something, I can interrupt that by using these commands to compute, like a bearing intersection or a distance intersection, or jump to the centroid of a figure. I don't know, is station offset in there somewhere? Probably, yeah, right in there. Um, so, I can switch those different modes, and it just is sort of it's what they call transparent commands. So they let you run those commands while you're inside another command. And so it lets you have those available if you want them. All right. Now, Joe, for your edification, the LDT Facebook or fieldbook codes, these are if you used any of these raw description and the fieldbook codes for like field to finish, you can tie those to the ones that you've used before. Okay, we generally don't have any of that stuff set up unless you're bringing a bunch of legacy data across, and you could set that linking together. All right, so the only one we haven't talked about is this automatic point object snapping being on, and that's just automatically, it's going to have it on. So I'm going to say okay and exit. Now I want you to do this. I'm going to just select everything here and delete. Okay, so now they're gone out of my drawing. They still live in my coordinate file, but what I want you to do is I want you to go to the points menu, and let's set a coordinate file. And up here where or just go to the browse button at this point. We'll talk about that in a minute. And let's browse to wherever you stored your data set. So I'm going to be in this 2025-09-03 fundamentals training folder. And inside of that, there's my data sets for fundamentals class. That's the one that I downloaded from that link. And let's open up exercise 1 coordinates. Okay, so if I look at that particular one, here's exercise 1 coordinates is in that file. And I see over here in my little preview, I've got points 1 to 22. Here's another one. There's 1 to 144. Let's just use these 22 points. So exercise 1, and we'll say open. All right, so now we have a coordinate file open. And you can choose that, go to, or verify that, go to points and list points. Choose all, and you'll see those are your 22 points with northings, eastings, and elevations. Notice I've got some negative values and they're all down around 0. These are just completely arbitrary points. All right, so those are my points. They're not in my drawing anywhere yet. So to get those into my drawings, I'm going to go to points, and I'm just going to say draw locate points. And that's a combination command that lets me draw points if I choose either these draw range, draw all, or draw group, or locate points where I can enter and assign where I type the coordinates, or I can screen pick, which I did in my examples earlier with that other traversing example. So I'm just going to go draw locate points, just take the defaults as they are and hit the draw all button, and you're going to see a bunch of points being drawn. Now, none of them have any descriptions. Okay, so that's why you're only seeing the point number and the elevation and the symbol. Okay. Now, with those done, is everybody familiar with object snaps, like where you can snap to endpoints and midpoints and all of that? Anybody, is that a new concept for anybody?
Hey, Ken, when I
Yes, sir.
went to draw all, nothing is populating on
Jared, go to your points menu
that.
and list points. Choose the all button and say, okay, do you see those points?
Yep, they're all here.
Okay. So you did draw all and you didn't see anything show up. So we need to do a zoom extents. So you can either go to view, zoom,
Huh?
extents. Let's see, that's not the right view. Let me see where it is on this command. Zoom. Just choose all.
There they are.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of other points here. Here's my, oh, I missed getting rid of these from the last time. Now there's a shortcut to zoom extents. You can type Z, enter, E, enter. That's zoom extents. Or you can also, there's an even shorter shortcut. The wheel on your mouse, if you double click it like it is a mouse wheel, that will do a zoom extents. If you press and hold the mouse wheel and drag it around, that's a pan function. Okay. Zooming in and out with the roll of the wheel does what you'd expect. Double click it, there's a zoom extents. Now, mine showed up automatically because of this one setting I'll show you right here in my points menu, point defaults. Right here, it says auto zoom center for new points. Welcome back, Joe.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, go ahead and mute for me. Now, and so yours may not have been set for there, but that will automatically force that zoom when you it'll zoom to the center of all these points, not necessarily extents, but it will do that automatic zooming. Now, there's another, let's see, there's point number 2. There's another couple of neat little things under that view zoom. If you zoom to points, and let's say find by point number or description, so I'm going to go by number, which is my angle bracket, so I just hit enter for number. The point number or a range of point numbers defined. So let's say 2 through 8. So if I do that, in a magnification or height, that is not the height above the ground, but that's from the height, the distance across the screen here. So let's just say 50. I hit enter. All right, let's do that again by number 2 through 8. And let's give it a little, maybe 250. There we go. So now within that 250-foot vertical distance, points number 2, which is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So they showed up within that particular view. So if you've lost a point, you want to find point number 55. If you go to that zoom points, say number, let's say just point number 15, and then take the height, or the height is the current example. Let's try that again by number 15. And let's just say 100. So now it puts 15 in the center of the screen with 100 feet around, 50 feet up, 50 feet down. So it's a nice little handy function to help you find a point There's another one under inquiry, find point right here. So let's find point again by number. And again, a number or a range, let's say 2 through 8. So that zooms out to where you can see it and it points to those particular ones. If we do that by number, let's find point number 15. Then there is it. And you say, oh, okay, now I can point to it and zoom in and I see there's point 15. So that's a nice way of helping you find those points. Those two commands, either view, zoom points, or inquiry, find points. Find points doesn't zoom you to it, but it shows you where they are, whereas the zoom will do it and let you specify a vertical height on the screen. Okay, so just a couple of little handy things. Now, we're going to talk about that automatic point object snap on. So is everybody familiar with object snapping? Like let me just draw a little thing here. And if I draw, I'm going to draw a two-dimensional polyline here. And if I hover the mouse, I can get that endpoint because my endpoint snap is on. Everybody familiar with that? So if I go to the endpoint, come over here, I repeat the command. And if I don't snap to that, if I go to that endpoint and go over this way, right? That's my object snapping. Is anybody not familiar with that?
I'm not.
You're not familiar with it. Okay. So that's something you're going to want to use and be familiar with. Is called object snapping. And that's a CAD thing. That's not a Carlson thing. What we're getting ready to talk about, this automatic point snapping, that's a Carlson thing. Okay. So what the automatic point snaps is a way of snapping to particular things. I'm going to draw another little something up here. And you can do this kind of stuff too. Just go to the draw menu and choose 2D polyline and just leave the defaults as they are. And just draw some click, click, click points and then hit enter to finish. You can draw a circle. You can draw this rectangle, which is again, and these are draw a circle, draw a rectangle, draw another rectangle. I'll go over here and put one like this. Okay, now I'm going to change my color from red to yellow, so you'll see some differences. Or let's make it cyan. All right, so now if I want to draw a line from across from this corner, so I'm going to just draw 2D polyline. And I want to go from this corner to this corner. Now notice I did, and as close as I can zoom in, that actually snapped to that end point of that red line that I pointed to. Okay. Now I've had some people that I worked with a young lady who was a new engineer just out of school. And so she was trying to build up some site plans and do some things. And so she needed to draw, say, that line across there. And so she would do this. She would zoom way in like this, and she would say, I'm like right there. And then she would zoom in over here and she would point to it and go right there. Now, it looks okay at this level, but if you zoom in enough, notice they don't meet. And if you need it to meet, you need to use object snapping. Okay, now I'll erase that one. Now, object snapping, you can get to down at the command line or down at the status bar rather, not the command line, the bar at the bottom. And in your case, Scott, I'm going to switch to this. Let me draw a couple of things here. All right, so down here at the bottom is snapping, the snapping controls. And right here, let's see here, snap. Yeah, so this are my this is my snapping on down here. Whether if I turn it on, I click it once, it's on. Click it once, it's off. So if I now, I'll draw some red lines. So now it's off, and if I want to go to that endpoint, I'm going to try to zoom in, do type. But if I want it to be exactly from that endpoint to that endpoint, I have to turn my snapping on. So I turn it on, and it is set as to whatever these are set to be. And if I choose that little arrow, if I choose this little arrow next to it, I get this object snap settings. And that lets me turn these on. These are the things that I want to snap to automatically. And this object snapping is on. That's also that click. I can turn it on here. But these are the settings that I have currently running that I want to use. Okay, so if I have that done and now it's on, and now if I draw a 2D line, and if I want to close this gap across the end, notice when I hover, you see that little marker shows up and it says endpoint. So if I click, as long as that's active, it always goes to that endpoint. If I go up here and hover, it'll find that endpoint and snap to there. If I hover here, there's the endpoint. Now notice, if you recall, when you saw my settings, one of my settings was midpoint. So if I get closer to the middle, you'll see a different little icon. It's a triangle and it says midpoint. So that'll go to that midpoint. Now here, and if I'm there, see that midpoint shows up. Let's see if it, yeah, it shows a little word midpoint. So that's going to automatically go there. I'll hover there. And as long as you get that grip to show up, that snap is going to be in effect. And so now if you zoom in there exactly, it's always going to be exactly on. All right, that is object snapping. And that's, again, controlled down here in the AutoCAD version. You just click it once and click it off for twice, to turn it on and off. Pull down the arrow or right click and choose Object Snap Settings, and it lets you change which particular features you want to snap to. Like notice there's a perpendicular snap. So if I'm drawing a line out here and I go, okay, I'm going to go from here, but I want to go perpendicular to this line. Then if I hover, you see that perpendicular snap pops up, or end, or mid, but that's my perpendicular snap. And so that's exactly 90 degrees to that line. Okay, and that's because I had this perpendicular turned on. I'm going to generally turn that off. Now, notice, see that one that says POI NT? That's my point object snapping. That is the setting in Carlson Configure survey settings where I said automatic point object snap on. That's a Carlson snap. You don't see that in regular AutoCAD. And that has to do with, let me get rid of all of this. I'm going to open that. Set my coordinate file. Exercise 1. Draw, locate all points. All right, there's my point. So now, here's why we have that extra setting in the point object snapping. Is if I'm going to draw lines, and now if I'm using a Carlson command, notice it says pick a point or point number. So I could actually say point numbers. So I could say, let's say 14 through 18. I just say 14-18. And this is a big advantage of using Carlson draw commands as opposed to AutoCAD commands like just draw a polyline. So if I say 14 to 18, there it is, and it went right to the center of the point. Notice there's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Now, if I were to use, instead of using point numbers, let me erase that. Let me go up here and turn off my point object snap is now off. So if I wanted to do that same thing, I'm going to draw a point. Instead of actually typing the number, if I go up here if I just going to point to my point number 14, and there's point 15, 17, let me undo. Try this again. So if I just went to 14, I'm just sort of pointing at these numbers here, and then now notice what happened. 15 looks okay, 16 looks okay, and 18 looks okay, but look what happened to 17. 14 and 17, that's because my automatic object snap was set to endpoint, and it picked up the endpoint of the actual symbol instead of going to point 14. Okay, so if I turn on my point snapping, and again, it's here on the settings menu, point object snap on and off, or I could go down here to my settings and choose point. Okay, so that's now on as well. Point object snap is on. So now the advantage to that is if I don't know what these point numbers are necessarily, I'm zoomed out too far to see. What I can do with that snapping on is instead of pointing near the symbol, I'm just going to point to a part of the point itself. Sorry, I got something hung up here. All right, so if I hover, did I turn it off? Okay, yeah, I had it off. All right, so if I repeat that command, and now watch when I hover, I get a little marker that centers around the point location, and it even tells me the point number and its coordinates and what coordinate file it came from. So there's 14. I want to go from, say, here's my next one, there's my next one, there's my next one. So I'm staying away from the actual symbol, but I'm picking the point, and you'll see that little marker, and it reads you out the point numbers. So that's what that automatic point snapping is in Carlson. And you can set it here, or you can set it down here as well with that POI. This node snap is what AutoCAD or IntelliCAD just out of the box uses for snapping to point locations. And it would pick up the nodes of those symbols. But again, if you've got the drawn symbols, you run the risk of having the endpoint, if it's also on, of finding those little corners instead of the exact endpoint. So if you turned all these off and left only node, in fact, let's do that. Let's go to my settings so I can do it all at once. Let's turn all of these off. We'll put node on. Now notice the POI is not in here, but I'm going to go to here and turn it back off. That should have turned it off. I don't know if that turns it on and off or not. Let's see, point object. Yeah, it did. All right, so point object is off. Now, if I want to do the same thing here, and I repeat that command, now when I hover over the middle, you see it finds the actual node, which is the point that makes up part of a Carlson point object. There is an AutoCAD point inside of there. That's that node, and that's what that node snapping does. Okay, so here's what I feel about that is I don't generally use node snap. Is I usually I like to go endpoints and midpoints, centers of circles. There's a geometric center which lets you find the centroid of, let's say I did a I've got a closed figure like that, or even I think I know the IntelliCAD version does this. It'll find the geometric center of that as well. I'm not sure if AutoCAD does it. It didn't, it used to not do it. But with that particular setting, start my endpoint, midpoint, center, and then geometric center. And then if I do my 2D polyline again, let's make these different color. Now, if I point to an object here, now notice the endpoint shows up, but it also finds that geometric center right there. So if I go from that geometric center to its endpoint, I'll repeat that command and let's see if I find, yeah, so apparently it has to be a closed figure. Ah, okay. So the transparent point command, centroid, will find it to an open. Let's see, that was that geometric center, but if I do the centroid of that point, see it finds it as well. And that the centroid chooses the centroid location of the geometry, regardless of whether it's open or closed. And that's the same thing with this geometric center. That snaps at a geometric center point of the polyline, 2D polyline, 2D spline. See, that should have. It should have worked. Let me see if I can get the geometric center of. See, it's not finding it. It finds it there, but not here. So it has to be closed for that one to work. But this transparent command, which I've got on a toolbar over here, that will find it here as if it were closed. Back in the IntelliCAD version, let me turn, I'm going to double click. Now, IntelliCAD, you have to double click these down here and not single click. And then right click, set my settings, endpoint, midpoint, center, let's say geometric center. Boy. Now if I draw, if I point to there, see it finds the center. I just have to hover near it. If I find that center, there it is. If I find this center, it's still not finding that unless I go to my centroid. So it finds it there. Okay, so in either case, let's see, center, I think there's one thing that's, let me close that. And if I have on, see there, it finds the geometric center. All right, so that finds the geometric center. If I turn off geometric center and just take center, I think this might be the difference. Is if I point here, let me make this even, let's turn everything off except center. So now it's looking for centers. So it's not finding that one. It finds a center of a circle. So yeah, all right, I guess it's MicroStation that finds the center of these other figures. So that has to be actual geometric center. That's the centroid basically. And so now there's the center. And if I get near it, it'll snap to that geometric center. Yeah, there it finds it there from that geometric center to wherever that one was. There it is. And that goes centroid to centroid, or geometric center to geometric center to center of a circle. And it'll even do centers of arcs. So if I draw a 2D polyline, and if I go from, say, this geometric center and making sure center is on. See, it finds the center of an arc. It doesn't have to be a closed circle because it has a known center point. All right, so that's how snapping works, what's called object snapping. And the settings that you have in play, if you right click and choose settings, these are the ones that you want to be considered. I usually go endpoint, centers, midpoint. I like this extension as well. I'll show you how that works in a second too. But these are the ones that whatever they are constantly in play. So if I take out some of this stuff here, and let's draw a 2D polyline. And now you see if I hover, I get the endpoint. There's my midpoint. There's my center. Now there's a circle also has snaps called quadrants, which would be the north, south, east, and west points of the circle. And not necessarily vertical and horizontal to the screen, but whatever the start of the circle is. All right, so that's inner. I don't have my center point turned on, or do I? Yeah, center should have picked up that. So there's endpoint, midpoint. And it's not finding that specifically unless, yeah, see, there's the center. There's the midpoint. Let's go up here. There's the midpoint. So there's all kinds of other snaps that you can use. And you can turn them on and they only take effect for the next point you click. And those are what are called, these ones that are permanently set, those are called your running O snaps or object snaps, or in IntelliCAD's running E snaps or entity snaps. But you can temporarily find one. Let's say I want my perpendicular snap to be next. If you hold the shift key down and right click the mouse, you should get this pop up if it's configured by default. And at this point, you can say, use the perpendicular snap, for instance, and I'll come over here, and it's just for that command. Now, if I want to go perpendicular to that one, you see it's not popping up. I have to hold the shift and right click and choose perpendicular. And now you see how that perpendicular snap shows up. And so that's the one when you right click and choose, and you can go tangent to, let's see, there's the tangent point of that circle. There are, let's say, mid between 2 points. So if I want to go to the middle point between that point and that point, there's the exact midpoint between those two. Okay. So those are the ones when you shift right click, whatever one you want to do, and you can set, tracking a point. You can go from a point, mid between, go to the nearest point. So the nearest point, wherever I click, but it will be on that object. It's just wherever my mouse is hovered to. So there was my near point. I've got tangents, quadrants. If I go to the quadrant of that circle, then there was that northeast, southwest point. Insertion point. Now the insertion point has to do with the defined base point of a block or a piece of text. So if a piece of text is drawn in the drawing and it is left justified, and you choose the insertion point of that text, it will go to that point that sets the text justification of that particular item. But you've got these others: extension, parallel, intersection, apparent intersection. That's if you're doing 3D geometry where they don't actually intersect, but they look like they do in plan view, that will find that intersection. You've also got none, to where you can temporarily suspend it and it won't find it until you click the next point. So that was that none right there. Okay, so these are what are called, I forget what they're called. They're temporary um, I forget, they're not running, they're temporary. Now, one other way you can do that is using a toolbar. Instead of shift right click the mouse to pop that up as temporary, you can also, if you go over here to the upper part and find a blank spot and right click and choose show toolbar, come over here and find AutoCAD, or in our case IntelliCAD here, and you want to find this one called entity snaps, or in the AutoCAD's parlance, let's right click AutoCAD and it should say object snap. There it is. Okay, and so that's going to be a toolbar, and it put it right up here. I'll drag it out here, float it so you can see it. I'll close this back up. So this is the same thing. There's these different ones, and if I set my settings down here, all right, I've got those, and all right, so now you can see this will turn out none. That goes to the node, or that's my settings rather. There's nearest, node, to the insertion, parallel, perpendicular, all of these different things. So you can set that using the toolbar. So if I do another 2D setting, and if I want to go from the instead of the midpoint or nearest, I just want to get a nearest point there. Or let's even do this. I'll start from the end point, and I want to go to the parallel of this line here. So I can either right click, shift and right click and choose perpendicular, or I meant to say perpendicular, not parallel. Or you can do it from the toolbar. So up here's my perpendicular snaps. I'm going to say perpendicular to what? To that line right there. So that line is now perpendicular to that line, which if you extend that and see if that's 90 degrees right there. Okay, so that's how snapping works, is with all of those. And you can have this toolbar on up here to temporarily choose. And again, in the IntelliCAD version, I've got mine docked up here. Now it shows you the ones that are permanently on, but you can choose then, say, if I go from the midpoint of here, and if I want to go perpendicular to that circle, I'll choose perpendicular, I'll choose the circle. Now that line being perpendicular to an arc means it will pass through the center of that circle with that point. That point is perpendicular to that arc, which means it's radial from the center. So if I can actually switch this and go to that center point. So you see the orientation of the line didn't change. I just extended it to meet the center of the circle. and that you may notice, if you click some geometry, if you grab one of these grips, if you just sit until it sort of snaps in, you can then click the grip and reposition it. You can also hover over the midpoint of a 2D polyline and say, convert that to an arc. And then you could even, if you wanted to, say, move, let me, if I want to take this point and move that to the center of that right there, see how I can just, this is called grip editing. And so if I can stretch that, you see, it lets me do all kinds of things with it. Or I can just click it and it does the stretch, or I can add a vertex. I can convert that to an arc. If I add a vertex, then it lets me put another vertex here. If I add a vertex from this one, it lets me put one there like that. Okay, so all kinds of things you can do with these. And in fact, if I take this point and now I want to put that perpendicular to that arc, I'll just choose that perpendicular. Did it not? Let me see. All right, that worked for the end point. Huh, apparently grip editing that doesn't. Find it there. Find the perpendicular to that. Anyway, you see what it's doing. I don't know why that particular, oh, there it is. I must have not been sitting on it right. All right, so there's a lot of ways that you can very quickly edit figures with these grips, but that's what snapping is and what we talk about with our object snapping. And all of that was to say you should use them. So always leave them turned on and set on the ones that you use most of the time. I have an endpoint, center, midpoint, and I use this extension, which is sort of a shortcut, and it takes a little while to get used to. So if I want to set a point, let me get the right geometry here. Let me show you something that's a little bit easier to. All right. So if with my extensions on, if I want to draw another point, let's say, I'm going to go from here to wherever those 2 points would meet. If I hover here and get the end point, see how they get that extension tracking? and then I get this endpoint, and I get that extension tracking. There's the horizontal with that extension. Or if I come up here, you see how it finds that intersection point? It doesn't actually extend the geometry. It just tracks up to it. That one's a little bit trickier to use, and you have to sort of practice with it to get to know it. There's also one, if I want to draw, there's another one that's a little bit trickier. If I want to draw from here and I want this line to be parallel to that line, I'll shift right click and choose parallel. Now what happens is it says that the command line snap to parallel of, so I got to cover over here and choose that. And once it says parallel, I don't click it, I just hover. Once it says parallel, then when I come back and I get on that parallel line, you'll see that marker show up. So now those two lines are exactly parallel. And you can do all kinds of things here. If I extend along here and I want it to be that same distance from here, see, there it is by crossing there, but I don't get this, I can't make it the exact same length as this one. In MicroStation, you can, I guess this one I can't. Yeah, it won't let me line those edges up. But so anyway, you can see that there's a good bit of functionality in that snapping, and it's very important when we're doing our survey work that we make sure that we snap exactly where we want to be. So if I needed to, let's say these points here represent sewer manholes, and if I were to draw that 2D I wanted this 2D line to go from this manhole to this manhole to this manhole, and then down here to this manhole in the midpoint. So now I can go out there and stake out that point because I have these known points. I know they're exactly at the center of those locations. Now, if I'm going to compute that as a stakeout, I would probably need to put points on the ends of these lines and then use those point numbers to stake them out. So again, if I go back to the points menu and draw, remember it's a combination, draw or locate. So I'm going to locate some points. And now I'm going to start with my point number 101. And I'm going to screen pick. Now snapping works here too. So I can snap to that. And we'll just keep that a 0 elevation and we'll call it sewer. And we're going to put one there. Same, put one there, same, and put one there, same. All right, so now I've made point number 101, 102, 103, 104, and they're exactly on the endpoints of this line, which are on the endpoints of those figures where maybe I had manholes drawn and I snapped to the center of the manhole. All right, so that, and then I would use those particular points, 101, 2, 3, and 4, 101 to 104. Those points would be what I would stake out. And there's other commands, I've got my cut sheet, I've got radial stakeout. So if I'm going to stake out, I'm going to do an occupied point of, let's say if I'm sitting here as my occupied point, my backlight point, maybe it's down here. Okay, now the ones I want to stake out are 101 to 104. Hit OK, and now here's my report. Now, if I had varying elevations, it would give me the amounts of cut and fills and elevation. So if I occupy 11, backside 15, to set point 101, 2, 3, and 4, I have to turn this angle right and go this distance to set those points. And then that would be what I would send out with my crews to say, go out there and stake these manholes. Now, you remember I did draw locate and I went click, 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 click. Well, here's an example of something that sometimes can happen. Let's add a vertex. I'm going to clear my snaps and I'm just going to get sort of close. And I'm going to add a vertex again. I'll clear the snap and I'll say just sort of close by here. All right. So then when I look at this figure, it looks like there's a point here and a point here. However, there are points here and here. These are the midpoints, they don't count. So I've got points there that I also might need to have staked out. Well, I can either know that, and when I draw locate points, try to find those endpoints, or under your coordinate geometry menu, you can create points from entities, in which case we'll call this one, say, starting at 201. And we'll say same description, call it stake point. We'll say okay, and we're going to say what do we want to process? Well, we can say polylines, lines, arcs, points, circles. So I'm going to make sure polylines is selected. I'm going to skip any radius points or midpoints. I'll draw the new points if I choose. I'll say okay. I'll now pick my entity, and you can do more than one, and it drops points at every one of those vertex locations around that entity. So that's a great way. Let's say you've got this particular file. Let me see if you've got it in here. In your data set. Let me see if it's in there or not. Yep, okay. So what I want you to do is let's go to our draw menu and let's choose all the way at the bottom to insert. And this is a block insert. This is standard CAD stuff. You'll get this dialog or something similar. And let's turn on to specify the insertion point, but not the scale and rotation. Also turn on this explode box. In AutoCAD, we want to do the same thing. Insert blocks not available if you select cloud storage. Okay. Oh, I hate the new AutoCAD. Let's see, not recent. You have to choose libraries and you have to set. All right, let's do it an easier way. Instead of worry about AutoCAD's block functionality that they thought was an improvement, let's do this. Let's just choose open and go to your folder. And let's see. Well, navigate your way to your folder. Let's find it. There's drive C, Carlson projects, fundamentals, data sets. So I want you to open up Civil Demo. And it should look like that. IntelliCAD will do it the same way. Let's file open. We'll find our dataset folder. And I'm going to choose Civil Demo. Okay, and because I've got it open this other version, I'll say, yeah, I'm going to open it read only. All right, so there it is. Now, it'll switch you to that new file, but notice where your tabs are at the top. You can switch back and forth between, and even the start page if you have it open. But we'll go back to drawing 2 or Civil Demo. In AutoCAD, same thing here. I've got these tabs at the top, which let you go back and forth. So what I want you to do is this. Go to the Civil Demo drawing, select the boundary around that file. And then I want you to right-click the mouse and choose Clipboard and choose Copy with a Base Point. And the base point, just point to one of the little, I've got my endpoint snap on. So that now copied it to the clipboard so that I can move it between drawings. Then I'm going to go up here to the tab menu and choose Drawing 1. And then I'm going to right click, choose Clipboard, and then Paste. And it's going to let me choose where I'm going to, so I'm going to paste it right up here. Okay. Same thing in IntelliCAD version. We'll select, right click, Clipboard, which in our menu is down here toward the bottom. Copy with base point. Go up there and grab the endpoint. Okay, now switch back to our drawing. Right click, clipboard, paste. Put it somewhere like that. Okay. Now it tells me I've got a units mismatch here. That just ignore that if you get any of those kind of things up. So now here's the reason I'm doing this as a demonstration. This is a particular figure around the boundary of that subdivision. There's a corner, 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 but this is an arc and it goes only a certain distance up to here. Here's an arc and it goes then back and forth. So these particular points, like if I want them to stake this boundary, I don't necessarily know, where is that endpoint unless I were to find it there. So that's why when you go to COGO, create points from entities, and this time I'll make 301. We'll call this stake subdivision. It is a polyline, so that'll be fine. And if I wanted to get the center of this arc, I'm going to uncheck this skip radius point. So it'll find the radius points of those, but I'll skip the midpoints and I'll say, okay, I'll choose my figure, hit enter to finish. And now I've got all of my points around my subdivision boundary, as well as the radius point. See that rad point? That's the radius of this circle, or the center point. There's the center point of this arc. So it gave us those as well, so we could use those to help stake out our figure. But that keeps me from having to, for instance, I would not have known that there's an endpoint right there. That's where my road right of way goes through. If I'd have just tried to drop points and I hit endpoint, endpoint, I wouldn't have found that point necessarily. Same thing back here. Okay, so that's a very helpful tool, is to compute those points by entity. And again, it's on the COGO menu. And this is one that you guys get that the civil guys do not get. It's not in the civil menu. It's in construction, I think. Did you guys said you had construction or takeoff? Let's see if I'm in construction, which is my takeoff stuff. On my survey menu, I should have that. Yeah, right there, create points from entities. So that's available under that. Under survey, it's available, but under civil, there's no points here, create from entities. Nothing down here that I see. So those are some of the commands that we're going to use where we're talking about snapping. And that's when we talked about that survey point snap. It lets us hover over. Let's draw that again, because I had that survey snap on. See, if I hover over that, I get that point snap locks into that point number. So I don't have to suspend and run the risk of getting those endpoints. Okay, so that's how that's how that setting works. So if I move that point, now notice my line work went with the point because of that other setting I had. I just moved it and updated the coordinate file and did all that as well. So, but that's a good example of using those snaps and using point locations. And it's very important to you to turn those snaps on and use them if you intend to use them. If you just want a point that's close but doesn't snap, then you have to either shift right click and choose none, or choose that from the toolbar up here, and it just turns it off for that next point that you click. Okay, so with that being said, let's wrap up here on these settings. See, I had something I was going to mention. I don't recall offhand. Oh, I know what it was. So that was a set points, or create, what was it called? Survey. That was create points from entities. And if you're not sure if you have a particular command, but you know what the command is, on our help system, there is this thing called command search. And I'm just typing things, create points. Here's create points from entities. I see it. And you see, as you type, here's a create points from entities. Trying to get this to open up a little bit more. It won't unless all right. So create points from entities. It shows you what menu it's on, what submenu it might be on, and what module. So it's in the survey module under the COGO menu. That apparently is points from entities. Just type in points from entity. So there's create points from entity under COGO. Oh, okay. Under COGO, under submenu section corners, this is the module it's in. These are the keyboard called auto points. This is the toolbar. If you have the Kogo toolbar, you'll see that command on there as well. So it's under survey, main menu survey under the construction module. That's what I just checked. Notice the civil does not have it, but this says it's under Kogo with no submenu under the field module. It's under Kogo, but under section corners in the survey module. Now that's what I didn't see. There is no sub corners. Oh, section corners. Yeah, see, they've actually got that one incorrect. It's down here. It's not under section corners. But anyway, regardless, it's a way to help you see where to find a particular command. Okay, in AutoCAD, I think you got this command search. It's actually, yeah, it's using the same thing here from entities. There's create points. So yeah, it does it there. You can also get help on it. You can run the command from here, etc. AutoCAD has a similar function up here in the top. You could just say the P-line command, P-line, polyline command, and you hit enter, brings up help. If you type here and then just hit search. So it's sort of like it, but it doesn't use, and that was called auto points. See, it doesn't find it up here. This is just for strictly AutoCAD type things, AutoCAD type commands. All right. So those are some things that get you started. Now, let's talk about the rest of these settings here a minute. Let's go back to settings, cross and configure. And that was that survey setting. This surface settings, I would leave all these things to default. This has to do with gridding up here at the top. But the one thing I do want you to set are the one things. Turn on this save grids using binary format. Well, that one doesn't matter. But check these last three. The track 10 history, include the detailed source data, and track surface data changes. Just make sure those are on. So that has to do with once you make edits to the surfaces that you can track those histories. Okay. Now, these remaining four are some of the ones that we're going to really use to help control a lot of the way the software works. And they have some effect. Remember, when we moved to point and the lines went with it, that's one of these settings up here under general. We're going to talk about those. So that's going to take us a little time. But in the meantime, we need a little lunch break. So we're past it a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and take we'll get our full hour in here. In fact, I'll give you an hour and 3 minutes. So we're going to come back at a 2:15 East Coast time. So that'll be closer to regular lunchtime for you California people. And in the meantime, before we break for that, are there any questions on this so far? Anything occur to anybody? I mean, it should be pretty straightforward, and it's just going to take some practice to get used to certain things. All right, so if we're good with that, I will pause the recording. Okay, everybody's good? All righty then, let's see. So if you have a bunch of stuff in your drawing for right now, that's fine. We're just making a little junk drawing. What I want to do is go back through, because if you notice, every time we've been like setting a coordinate file, we're having to go out and find our folder and all that. So let's talk about this drawing startup wizard. So what I want to do is I'm going to close this drawing. I'm just going to go up here to this tab and I'm going to click the X box and I'm not going to save it. I'll do the same thing for that civil demo and not save that one either. And let's set the stage over here on the AutoCAD side as well. Not going to save this. I'm going to save this. Not going to save this. All right, so we should be back at our start page. Let's choose a new drawing. Now I'm back in the IntelliCAD side. And I'll take it from a template. I'm going to say next, and I can pull this down and choose a particular template, or I'm just going to choose this Carlson template for now and say finish. And really all that's doing is setting, oops. Let me restart that thing. I think I've got something. I missed something here. All right, so once this settles, I'll choose drawing, new drawing. Meanwhile, over here, I can choose new drawing. And we should be sitting there waiting for that. Same thing here, new drawing. I'll choose Carlson template. Okay, so here we are at this drawing startup wizard. Now, if you do not have this, it could be because, oops, let me turn back on my pointer. This could be because right down here at this bottom corner is a place where we said skip startup wizard next time. Now, I like to use it because it forces you into doing a couple of things. First of all, you can set your scale. And I'm going to make this a 40 scale drawing. There's their symbol, plot size, text plot size. Remember, think plotted inches. It took care of that over there. Now, our projection, if you are working, you know you're working with a state plane coordinate system, you have a choices. You could say none, and that would just be arbitrary coordinates, or you could say UTM, which is Universal Transverse Mercator, or State Plane 27. Those are older. The UTM's a metric. It's in meters. NAD 27 is an older datum, but let's choose this predefined, user defined. And once we have that chosen, we see on the line below here, define projection. Now mine is set to the last thing it was set to, this Alabama East. So I'm going to choose this define projection. And I have a list here of projections that I have pre-built. You may not have anything in yours, okay? So if you do not, go to the add predefined, and you could choose a region. We'll choose USA, and you can search. Let's see, if I wanted to search for Pennsylvania, here's my Pennsylvania ones. I would choose this NAD 83, the 2011 readjustment, Pennsylvania South, and choose OK. And then that's going to add that to this list right here from which you can pick it and choose OK. So now I'm in state plane coordinates, NAD 83, 2011 readjustment, Pennsylvania South. Project name, number, and location are just labels that will go into your reports and things like that. There's no real need to set anything there if you'd like. And then here's why I like the wizard. When you say next at this point, notice it goes, haha, you forgot to tell me where your drawing's going to go. So I'll say okay, and I'll go back and I'll hit this set button to the right of my new drawing name. Now, here I am in my drawing to create dialog box, and this is the Carlson dialog box. You're free to hit the browse button and go out and use the more familiar Windows dialog, but I like this dialog for a lot of reasons. It starts you out up here and it keeps a list of things that you have been using recently in the past as well. But then in this window, you see all of the subfolders that are in this particular folder. Now I want to navigate to my subfolders area, so I'm going to choose that subfolder here, which was today's date fundamentals training. Nothing is in this file, but I have another folder, another subfolder called data sets. I double click that and I see that I have a few things, but I'm going to make a new one. This is going to be a new file. So I'm going to click up here in my file name and type class. Let me get it all caps so you can read it. Class example 1. Okay, now, if I've called this class example 1, that's going to be my new file. I don't need to put the extension on. It's going to use that extension. Notice I've got one more window down here. It's a list of recent files, regardless of the folder they came from. So you can see, well, it's all probably the same list, but you can see some recent information on some different drawings. So you can pick those out of that list as well if you're opening a file for some other particular reason. But I'm back up here now with class example 1, and I'm going to hit the open button, and that's going to set that file in that location. Notice it still says default drawing folder, but I'm now storing my drawing in this folder, and I'm going to hit next. Now, because we quite often do use coordinates with our work, it's going to ask me for a coordinate file. Right now, it has read my drawing location and set my data path to that folder, and it asks for a coordinate file. Now, it will suggest the very same name as your drawing file. It does not have to be that same name. It's just using that, and I can keep it. If I wanted to switch it to something else, I would hit set. And now you would pick between a new file or an existing file, and you could set a particular one here. I'm going to hit cancel there. I'm not going to switch. I'm going to leave it set to that, and it will be a new file. Okay. So now when it says import points from, this is again part of the wizard. These are all commands that can be run independently. So I could import points from a data collector, from a text file, from not the current file, but from an existing coordinate file, or none. I'll just say no import, and I'll say next. And once that's done, it puts me in the drawing file, and I'm good to go. Okay, I don't have anything in my drawing file, and I don't have anything in that coordinate file. That was all brand new, and there's nothing in it. If I do a zoom extents, you would see nothing there. All right, so now what happened when we used that Carlson.dwt template? And I'm going to go to my view menu and choose layer control. What it did was it read that template, which had a list of layers pre-built. You can see them here with colors, line types, whether the layer is on or off, locked, frozen, or thawed, different line weights, all kinds of, transparencies, materials, point styles, whether or not it's a printable layer. So again, those are all things that can be preset in the drawing template if you don't want to have to try to build this list going forward. Okay, so that's what we've done, and and it's set a few variables and things like that. Now, we're good to go and start working on some commands and some drawings, but let's look at our settings. Can finish this up. So I'm going to go back to my settings menu and choose Carlson configure. And we're going to talk about these other settings here. Remember this project data folder setting we talked about over here in the book on this page, where we had this, we're either going to follow a project structure or a drawing folder structure or a fixed folder structure. Okay, so what, by default, it comes up to all the data files that it's going to ask you for are going to always be pointing to the folder where your drawing is living. That is now my datasets folder. So that's what's going to help me get to those files a little more quickly. Okay, so a couple of things that you could do if you choose to use a project folder setting. Then you would set up these two buttons here. There's a project subfolder setup where you choose that and you create this list of folders and subfolders that whatever the project is named, it's going to have 3 folders in it called data, drawing files, and other, and also program settings is a different location there as well. And each of those, or not each of those, but some of those also have under data, I've got alignments and profiles, deed information, mining stuff. Under points, I've got deed points and field points. I've got surfaces. I've got, and that's all under data. So it's, these are the subfolders under data. I've got a drawing files folder, and I've got a folder called other, which has contract information, deliverables, and PDFs. And my deliverables include point clouds, for instance. So this is my structure that I would use. And it can be anything you want. Okay. And so it helps to keep that and keep it current. In fact, you can see there's your save as and load, so you can keep that structure intact. And then once you've had that folder structure set up, you could choose your data type subfolders, in which case you've got, let's just say what catch. There we go. And you can look at it under different categories. There's civil survey, there's general, GIS. These are just different organizational categorizations. But if you look at all categories, over here, the different type of points. So if I look at a CRD file, for instance, I scroll down here until I find there's a CRD file right there. I see that it is a coordinate file, and in my subfolder heading, I pull that list down and I see that same structure in a tree form. There's whatever the project is under data alignments and point profiles, under data deed, under project data or points. So I'm going to put this under points, separate from the deed points and the field points and all that. So that would be an assignment for that. Up here, for instance, CL for centerline. Again, that goes under project, data, alignments, and profiles. All right, so that's how you would set that up and organize that. But here's what I was going to tell you. I'm going to cancel that, and we're going to leave it sitting on drawing folder. But this is the trick I wanted to tell you about. Let's suppose you get a file called and you see a file in your directory called a dot. It has an extension of .tin. Now that happens to be a surface file, but let's say you don't know what a particular file is. If you go to that command, go to Carlson Configure and choose the button, or go to Settings, Set Project Data Folders, same thing. Temporarily switch it to this project folder, whether you've got folders or not, and then choose Data Type Subfolders. And you'll see a list, that same list that we saw with all the different assignments. And you can see there are, in this particular version, 271 different file types. And you can sort these by, different categories, just clicking on those. So if I look for that .tin, that I look over here and I see that is a triangulation surface file. So what this will do, here's an SUP file. Well, that's super elevation design file. Here's an STA file. Those are your station settings. Okay, so that tells you what those files are. Then you can just cancel, come back out of it and not change it. So that was the trick, that project data folders. So we're going to leave ours set to drawing folder for the class. The next button over, Startup Settings. Here's where that Carlson.dwt was chosen as my template file. I could browse to a different one and find it and use it, or just take the default. Here's my project folder default. So it's going to always start me looking at C Carlson projects. That can point to anywhere on your network that you might store your projects under. So it keeps you from having to navigate to that place all the time. The profile name is set by installation. I would leave that alone. Any switches on IntelliCAD, they threw on here the no logo, so it suppresses the IntelliCAD logo. You could also check to skip the splash screen. That's the initial Carlson splash screen that you see when you load up. All right, so that's what happens when the startup settings are set. Now, we're going to save this general settings for last. Let's look at the drawing setup defaults. Now, this shows you certain default settings that you want to have. Like that's where, when I started up and I got that 20 scale, that's why it showed up first. I'm in US feet as opposed to international feet. That will be changing here soon whenever the survey industry decides to switch to the international foot definition. But I'm saying I'm going to start with a 20 scale. I'm going to have a vertical scale of 4, meaning if I draw a profile, it's going to have a 5-time vertical exaggeration on it if I want to do that. Again, all of these you can change on the fly when you're doing a command. There's my symbol size. There's that 0.1 inch, text size 0.08 inches. A line type scaler, that's meaning every inch I'm going to have it repeat the pattern in a line type. A symbol name, that's the default point symbol that I want to use. And you've got different categories, trees, manholes, different things that you can use. I have a few custom ones that I've added. And so if I want my default symbol, I'm going to always use that SPT9 as my default. And now coming back to the top again, this point prompting and labeling. And that's everything. Can you see this little faint gray box around that? That all has to do with point prompt label settings. What we did under this box over here was our scale and size settings. So now we want to choose a default attribute layout ID. Right now you see a picture of it. If you pull this down and choose from 0 to 1, you notice how the text changes, different layouts. There's one where the elevation is kicked up at a 45-degree angle. And this is just a little preview. And basically what happens is if you're on this 1, the point would lie here in the middle, and the point number would be above the point centered. the elevation would be off to the right, even with it, and the description would be centered below the point. Now, I like number 2, where the point's over here and everything's lined up left justified, but all to the right of the point, which is right opposite that elevation. So point number, elevation, description, that's my default. I'm going to turn on descriptions, elevations, locate on the real Z, and label 0 elevations. This is for when I label a point or when I'm asked for a point, if it's going to ask me for those things. Coming on down, angle format, I'm going to use bearings. Again, there's that GONS that we talked about earlier. Point numbers, I will use point numbers, and I'm going to automatically increment my point numbering, so that's checked on by default. Vertical angle mode, again, if you're doing a lot of traverse type, coordinate geometry type calculations, entering field data, and you're always using like a vertical angle, you tell it whether your 0 degrees means it's level or 90 degrees means it's level, in which case 0 degrees means it's straight up in the air. So it's a depression angle or 90 degrees level, or I'm not going to use a vertical angle mode on my computations here at all. And again, you change that as you go through on the fly. And then to the right of that, the drawing setup source on startup. So when you first start this up, you have 2 choices. You can use the drawing template, in which case it reads that template and it takes all of these settings that are in that template and applies those. Or you can use the configuration, which is this. Even though you start with a template and you'll get the layers and all those settings, all of these types of settings are going to come from this configuration. So that's the difference there. And if you have any non-Carlson drawing units, if you open up a file that exists, like maybe it's in architectural units, you can tell it to display those or not. No real need to worry about them. And then finally, the coordinate system. Local, of course, is just an arbitrary one, but I'm going to use a grid system, and I'm going to again use this predefined, and I'm going to define my projection to be that PA South or wherever you happen to be, and do most of your work. All right, so that's my drawing setup. I'm going to say okay. Now it's going to ask me a question when I exit this configuration as to whether I want to make those changes happen to this file or only to new files in the future. And that's just whether or not you're changing this file. Now, the general settings, go ahead and click that. And this is a busy one, okay? I'm gonna have you look at that. I'm gonna give you a few minutes to set that like you see here. And then we'll talk about what these settings do and how they behave. All right, so if you've been able to match that, I'm going to turn back on this one that I did not want you to set, this software rendering. I have to do that because I'm actually running this under a Windows emulator on a Macintosh computer. If you're using a regular Windows computer, you're going to be able to take advantage of your video card's hardware to have that do your rendering for you. I can't with this particular setup. All right, so right up here in the upper left, this is where if you've ever turned off that startup wizard and you'd like to use it, this is the only place to be able to turn it back on. So that's where you would come here, check that on. Okay, exit, restart and you would pick that back up. Saving INI files, those are going to be little text files with a .ini extension on them, and they list certain things. Now you can leave yours like you see here. Let me switch to show you an example of what that would be like. Some projects, there we go. All right, so down in here, you're going to see all of these files that have been associated with that particular class. And here's some INI files. So let's say I was looking at trying to share, maybe I was going to share this drawing called grading design complete or something. So I would come down here and find this grading design complete INI file. And if I look at that file, here's what's in it. It starts building it at the bottom and then adds to it as it goes up. So I had a 3D file here called my roadway design base. I had another file called base 01. That's my coordinate file. Here's the stationing settings that I used. Here's a profile that I used, another profile that I used. So this shows you a list of all of those. And here's my simple road design 10, that's a surface file. Up here is my phase 6 original ground 10, and again, another surface file. So this shows you all of the different types of files that have been associated with that drawing file. So in case you send it to somebody and they say, hey, I'm missing some information, what I'll go, you can look at this file, see what file it's looking for, go and find that file and send it on as part of that. Okay, that's what that INI file does. Now, this next guy down that's checked ignores zero elevations. Again, it's a switch that tells it like when you're building surfaces, you're going to have a lot of things that are drawn down at zero elevations, like 2D polylines that might have zero elevations. Maybe they're just like road center lines or the sheet boundaries or any kind of thing like that. You don't want them to be considered as part of your surface building, because otherwise it will pull those things in as if they were points at zero elevation as part of your surface, and you get all kinds of weird looking goofiness if you're anywhere at all above sea level. If you happen to be down at sea level and a lot of your work happens to have maybe negative or even potentially zero or sea level elevations on them, you might want to uncheck that and be a little more careful when you select your data to model into surfaces. Otherwise, if you've got any kind of elevations at all, they're all positive, leave that switch on. And then even if you were to select something that has a zero elevation, when you grab the data to build the files with it, it's going to ignore those. So you can safely not have to worry about putting them on different layers and freezing those layers and that kind of stuff. Okay, so then let me get that. Okay. So then the rest of these, the twist angle, the dimension scale, the auxiliary units, to drawing scale, all of those are different things that just sort of match things up size-wise to the CAD variables that they apply to. This enable file selection graphic preview, that's in the Carlson dialog box when you go to look at a file. Remember, I showed you the ones that had the list of point numbers and you saw the picture of the drawing file that we were going to open. That just helps you make sure you're on the right file. You can use a dialog if you're using the set filter to select objects. Manage your workspaces automatically. And the different workspaces is something that I don't ever really get into those, but you can have different workspaces with different layouts of toolbars and menus and such. Okay, then using annotative scale. If you don't want to use annotative scaling, you can uncheck that, but I like to have it on there and it sets my text. If I use a text style that is set to be annotative, it automatically changes its size when I change the drawing scale. Otherwise, I would have to go and redraw those at the new scale. So when I put those back in, and it's no big deal to redraw those necessarily. And then setting the annotated to drawing scale. Now, right now, I've got a prefix of inch mark space equal sign space, and I've got a suffix of foot mark. They're really hard to see, I know, but that's what they are. And all that is when I have annotative scaling turned on, instead of the default where it has like a 1:20, it's going to say 1 inch equals 20 feet. Because 1 to 20 is not truly the way you should represent a scale with English units. That's more metric, and it's 1 unit is scaled to be whatever the other side of the colon is. Now, it works for this because they're talking about model size units compared to paper size units, but I still like to see the inch equals and the foot mark. All right, so that lets you, select these particular scales. So there you can see the 20 and the 40. These are the ones that they have by default, and it's 1:, so it's inches equals feet. But again, that's why I like to see these spread out. Now, the middle column. If you want your coordinates to list as northing and easting, do that. Otherwise, it would be easting and northing, which is XY. So northing and easting is what we're more used to. The data format, or the date format rather, it's whatever, your Windows is set to, or if you want to always see dates in a particular format. The document format, when you generate documents out of reports, it can either be a PDF or it can be a DWF, which is AutoCAD's early attempt at trying to make a universal format like a PDF, and they finally gave it up, but it's still there and supported. All right, and then the report viewer, when you report any reports that you look at, things like list points or a horizontal alignment report, any of those kind of things, they can either come to this Carlson viewer, they can go to Windows Notepad or Microsoft Word if you've got those installed. The Carlson viewer gives you a lot more flexibility in being able to dump it into the drawing, for instance, but you can also save it off to any of these formats as well, if you'd like to. The dialog font is just the font to use in your dialog boxes. Digitizer settings, if nobody's using a digitizer tablet, just set that to mouse. And that means when you are going to trace over a drawing, you're usually going to have an image of the drawing up underneath it on the screen, and you'll use the mouse. Otherwise, it's going to try to go out and trigger on a digitizing tablet if you're going to do particular digitizing functions like in the cross-section tools. So I would just say use mouse for that. Upper right in the rightmost column. Coordinate file format, different. You can have numbers only. Alphanumeric allows you to have letters in the point numbers. So if you got a series of like points 1 through 10, but you realize between 5 and 6, you needed to have a couple of other points and you wanted them in that particular order, well, you could create a 5A and a 5B and then 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5A, 5B, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it just gives you a little more flexibility there. These other options, the Structured Query Language Lite or CRDB, that's an actual database format. And that allows you to store GIS data into that file directly. You can still get all of your GIS data and store them with your points, but it does it with a linked file. It does it with a .gis file that ties back into your regular standard CRD file. So that's there if you ever want to use it. If you do a lot of GIS work, you might want to consider that. It just keeps housekeeping a little bit. And then finally, the last two are for the old C&G survey system if you'd rather use them instead. Now, let's skip object linking for just a second. We'll come back to it. This remove arcs method this has to do with when you are converting an arc from 2D to 3D. How do you want to remove that arc in 2D and represent it as the part of that 3D line work? You have two choices. You can either choose to use a maximum offset or you can use a chord length. And they are based on these numbers that you see right here. And what that means is, I'll illustrate that here with a drawing here in a minute. If you say maximum offset, you're going to set all the little chords around that arc so that they are no further off at their widest point than this value right here. And if you make that value too tiny, if you make it like 0.00001, because you're going to say, I want it to be really close to the original arc, then what happens is that resulting 3D line has all of those little segments in it, and each one of those little segments has endpoints, and each one of those little endpoints becomes a corner of a triangle when you go to model the surface. A lot of them are just, too many of them are just, it's just overkill, and it just takes up more processing time to process all of the triangles and things like that. Too little, and it makes it a little less approximate of the original line. Okay. The chord length version is similar to that, but instead of setting the chords so that they are at most this far away, it says use a chord of this length, regardless of how sharp or flat the curve may be. So you can see a really sharp, tight curve, those lengths can be, they can still give you less than ideal matches if your chord length is too long. If it's a real flat curve, you're going to have more segments than you need because the length that you have is going to have an offset that's going to be much smaller than what you would normally use here. So anyway, these are just whichever method you prefer. I prefer this particular method. Now you can leave yours sitting like that, but I want you to see the effects of these values. I'm going to change my 0.02 and 0.25. I'm going to right now set mine to be 1, and let's make that 5. Okay, and I'm going to use this max offset. I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to say exit. Here's that little question it's going to ask. Apply those changes to current and future or future only. I'll say future only. Now, here's how this is going to work. I'm going to draw a 2D line, a 2D polyline, and let's select it on, say, existing. And I'm going to say, set my color to be by layer. And I'll say, okay. Now I'm going to click a point. And now I'm going to say D for distance. That's one of my options down on the command line. So D for distance, I want to go 50 feet. Okay, so I'm going to go 50 feet from that start point, but in what direction? So define the direction method, either toward your cursor, pick a line that's going to be parallel to, or pick a spot, or choose a particular angle. Let's just go to my cursor, I'll just type C to cursor. And so it went toward my cursor, but it was at that distance. Okay. Now, it wants me to enter another distance. To keep entering distance, I'm going to say Q to quit distance. And I'm going to put an arc in. And I'm going to put an arc in just like this. Notice it keeps it tangent. So I'll just pick a point here for my arc. And then I'm going to go back to line. And let's go another 50 feet. And I'm done with that. So I just hit enter. So now here I've got a two-dimensional polyline at 50 feet. I've got a curve of some radius and 50 feet and they're tangent. Now I'm going to make several copies of that because when we do so with our 3D conversions, I'm going to wind up losing the original here in a minute. So I'm going to now set my layer to final. And I'm going to set my line weight to be a little bigger so you can see it. All right, so now what I want to do is, if you consider that this might be the edge of a sidewalk, and you surveyed that sidewalk. So you've got points, and you drew lines between that point, and that point, and that point, and that point, and you kept it as 2D because this actually has an arc. It's truly circular. I can dimension that, with a radial dimension. So if I select that arc, you see it's got an actual radius value, not quite 25 feet. Okay, so it actually is an arc. Now, if this is a sidewalk or an edge of a driveway or something, those points are not all flat down at 0, 0, 0. They have differing elevations. So we're going to create a three-dimensional edge of this sidewalk so that we can use that when we build our surface. Okay. So to be able to do that in 3 dimensions, we need to elevate that line, that arc there that's in your 2D space. So let me see what it might have. Here in your surface menu, I don't. I have to do this with civil. Let me see. Not sure. I'm just going to switch to civil real quick for demonstration purposes. So I'm going to go to my 3D data and I'm going to convert a 2D to 3D polyline. I've probably got another tool. Let's see in survey. No, there's 3D to 2D, but not 2D to 3D. Okay. So in civil, if I want to convert that to a 3D polyline, I'm going to do it by let's say we had some points. I'm going to go set my points first. I'm going to draw locate points. And we'll call this, start with point number 1. That should work. We'll screen pick. Make sure we have elevations on. Yep, we'll screen pick. And I'm going to pick on this. Notice my endpoint snap is on. So there's the first point. And let's say that point was elevation 100.57. And that was just a description. I'm just going to call it edge of sidewalk. Okay, now I want to pick another point at this endpoint. And that was, let's say, 101.26, same description. And then when I'm surveying, I told it that that's going to be a curve, and I came around here and I shot this point. And it's also going to be, let's say, it's 102.5, again, sidewalk. And then finally, over here, this maybe went back down to 101.6, again, sidewalk. Now, I'm done creating, so I hit enter. Now I've got some points with elevations on them. I also need to go to my point defaults and change this layout ID. Number 2. Say okay. And now if I want to redraw my points, I'm going to say draw locate my points. I'll use that different layout ID. I'll draw all. And now they've changed to that new ID. Also notice, you see that sort of blocky looking lettering? That's because points are drawn with a particular text style. If I go to draw text and I choose set style, I see now instead of just standard, I also have this one called PTXT that stands for point text. And it's using a font, this txt.shx. That's that ugly looking font, but it can be any font you want. So I'm going to come up here, I'm going to type C to get to Calibri and choose Calibri Light. And I'll say okay. And so now I've got a little bit more pleasant looking point style. Again, that's a style you can set and store in your drawing template. All right, so now I've got points along this line. But if I look at this, I'm going to hold the shift key and I'm going to keep it held and I'm going to press and hold the wheel on the mouse. And then I'm going to push it up. And you can see all of those lines are down at 0, but these points have differing elevations. Okay. I'm going to come back over here and hit my top button. So I'm back in plan view. Now, if you consider this arc, it goes from 101.26, climbs up to 102.50. When I'm looking straight down on it, that resulting 3D edge still looks like an arc, but it's not. If you put your foot on it right here and take this and pull this straight up in the air at you, it's now, when you consider looking at it perpendicularly to that new change, it's no longer an arc shape. It's been stretched out, but we're still seeing it as an arc because we're looking at it in plan view. And that's the reason why 2D line work can never be converted into 3D line work and follow the arcs. That's why that setting was remove arcs by offset or chord length, because it's going to create an arc simulation by a bunch of little connected chords. And right now, remember, I'm set to use the maximum offset and mine's set to 1 foot. So if I do that, if I'm going to convert this to a 3D, I'm going to go to 2D to 3D by points. And I'm going to, well, there I can keep the existing, which I will. The layer for the 3D points will be my final. And selecting from the screen is fine. I'll say, okay, I'm going to select the entity to convert. Again, reading my prompts. I'm finished selecting, so I hit enter. Now select the points. Well, I'll just grab 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hit enter. And there now is the resulting 3D polyline. So if I hover over, this one, that is and I look in my properties, I see up here it's a polyline or just a 2D polyline. But if I look at this one, it's a 3D polyline. Now, if I measure the distance between this point and the perpendicular of that circular arc, well, that's actually, I have to draw a 2D. We'll do this to measure with. So I'm going to draw from here, perpendicular here. And now when I select that, you see its length is 0.52. Well, it did that because it had to fit 3 segments in here. It has to fit an even number of segments. And it could have been as high, it could have been further back. It could have been as high as 1 foot. But right now it's half a foot away from the arc, the original arc at that location. Okay. So, whereas this might look okay, at this level, if you're trying to build this as a surface and then put that on a paving machine to go out there and follow that edge, you're going to get squared off curbs, which you don't want. You want them to be closer to the original. All right, so there was that example, and you see the line is at those elevations. Go back to my top view. And if I chose the other method, so I'm going to let's erase this one. And then let's go back to our settings. And let's choose the chord length version. And now we'll do the 2D to 3D. Again, final. Select our line to convert, select our points. And now there's that one. So now in this case, you see it's closer and the measure, the horizontal distance, if I go from here to here, and if I select that particular thing, you see it has a length of 4.99 because it fit an equal number of segments around there, but not, or, tried to do it as a 5-foot segment. Okay. So that particular case, that works okay. But if we have one of these guys here, and let's make that curve really flat. Let's see if I can't. All right, so that's still That's still an arc. Let me pull this thing on around here like this so you can still see that it's an arc. So now you see the size of the segments. And if I do that same command, oh, shoot, I need to. All right, let's do it a different method. Let's go to 2D to 3D by start and end elevation. And we'll do this and we'll say 100.57. And it went to 101.6. Let's make it 103.5. All right, so there now is, oh crap, let's see. Let me undo. I want to copy this. Let's copy it from here to here. Okay. So now the original, excuse me, I'll make that one red. And excuse me, so now 2D to 3D, I'll set the original here 100. Let's just go from 100 to 103. And so now you can see the red line is the original 2D polyline. There's the arc portion of it. And in here are all of those little segments that went around to make that arc. Whereas if I had done that, and you can see, so each one of those is going to be the corner of a triangle. If, however, I had done it by a different method, see, those segments are the same size as these segments here. So if this curve was really tight and came around here, the segments would be, maybe falling away from it a little bit. Up here, they're really close to being on the original arc, but there's more than I need. So if I were to go back to my settings and switch to this maximum offset settings, and then let me get rid of this guy. And we'll do that elevation now. Whoops. That's at 100 to 103. So you see, this time I've only got 2 segments in there because that kept it within that distance of the original arc. So I can streamline the number of points that get made into a potential surface. All right, so those are just some of the things to think about. And I'm going to come back here to finish talking about these linkings and such. So I'm going to use this 0.02, and I'll make that of a 6-inch segment if I were to choose this method. But I like to use this maximum offset, so no matter how tight or flat the curve is, it'll put in as many segments as it needs to where it's never more than 2/100ths off of that original arc. Let me show this as an example. Let's see here. do I still have that one? We'll go back to 2D by points. Pick this, and then we'll pick each of the points. Now, when I select this, you see I've got a lot more segments. And if I zoom in there, you see I'm never more than 2/100ths of a foot off of the original. Now, see, I need to regenerate. There's the original arc. There's my segments. And every segment end is on the arc, and that distance is never more than 0.02 for my current settings. So that's a little more reasonable. This is a reasonable number of points to be able to factor into my drawing or into my 3D terrain model. Okay, now back to what these linkings are going to do for us. They're sort of self-explanatory. You can link your points with the coordinate file, meaning if you draw a bunch of points in your file, which I had those 4 points, if you then move the point in the drawing just graphically with grabbing the grip and moving it, it's going to try to link it back to change and update the coordinate file. Now, in any case now, this will always warn you and ask if you want to do so, because you can have point locations in a drawing that no longer match what are in the coordinate file, and that can sometimes be a problem, but sometimes it's purposeful, because you might actually switch to a different coordinate file, in which case the point on the screen is not even in that coordinate file. So it's just a means of keeping track and keeping those linked. You can link line work with points, meaning if you draw line work with one of the Carlson draw commands, which differentiates themselves from the standard CAD draw commands by allowing you to not only pick a point location on the screen, but it allows you to use point numbers from the drawing itself, or from the coordinate file itself. In fact, the points don't even have to be on the screen. They can just be read out of the coordinate file. But any of those lines that are created with the points, if you have this on, if the point moves, the line goes with it. Now, if the line should happen to move, the point will not go with it. Okay. Until you do something that updates the coordinate file, and then that will redraw all that associated line work, and it will move it at that point. So it's something to be aware of and how this works. Linking labels with line work. Labels are what's called annotation. So anytime that you have annotated a file or annotated an object, if you then move that line work, those labels will erase themselves and recompute and redraw themselves automatically if that linking is on. Link line work with center lines. If you turn some line work into a center line file, or if you just draw a center line file that already exists and it creates line work, then you can change that graphically on the screen and it will automatically update the centerline file. You can go into the centerline file and make numerical edits. And once you save and come back out, it will redraw the line work on the screen. And then finally, grouping the point entities. Now, we talked about point entities, and they're over here. Let me put this away and go to our points. Back it up a page here. Yeah, so what are points? So right now there are vertex locations in this line, but there are no real Carlson points at that location. But if we want a Carlson point, it's going to be composed of these things. There is a CAD point entity or a node that's part of it. then there are two blocks. One block is a symbol. If you choose to draw with symbols, that would be a block. It's a graphic block. There's another block that has these point attributes or labels, if you will, the point number, the elevation, and the description. So that's three things altogether. There's a point entity, there's a graphic block, and there's an attribute block. And that all becomes a Carlson point. So what we're saying is if we group them, then when you select any part of it, you're going to grab the whole thing as a unit, and then you can move it around. Okay. And then maintaining the coordinate history file so that if you make changes to your points in the drawing, which also update your coordinate file, it keeps a running history that you can scroll back through and undo those changes if you want to. So it's just a nice little safety valve. All right. Now let's also keep in mind that whatever linking is on or off at the time that something is created is going to govern the behavior of that something from that point forward. Even if you come in and uncheck it or check it back on or do whatever else, you would have to recreate it to get that linking to either go on or go away. And that's the issue. Now go ahead now if you're done and say okay and hit exit. So that is what has caused some problems in the past is because let's say I'm working on the file and I've got linking on that I want to link my line work with my points. And I go around and I save that file and somebody else picks up the file and works on it, but they don't have linking on because they expect their lines to just go to the point, but then if I move the point, the line stays where it was. All right, that's maybe the way they're expecting it. But it doesn't work that way. It works at however it was created by whichever user, whatever that linking is set to is the way it behaves. So if somebody's working on it, they had linking on, created the line work, had the points in there, and then somebody else picks it up. And let's say you're doing a survey for a property and you move the point around just a little bit, and you're expecting the line to stay put. Maybe it's the property boundary and it was following the deed. But you've moved the points a little bit, maybe to line up with what you found in the field. But that line's going to go with it, and you're not going to be aware of it if you're thinking of it as being unlinked. So just keep that part in mind. Now here's how that stuff works. Let's demonstrate so you get a chance to play with some of the commands and see how it works. Go back out to your drawing. If you have anything in your drawing right now, just type the word select, hit enter, type the word all, hit enter one more time, and now everything's selected. Now delete so that you clear everything out of your drawing. It's all empty. Let's go back up to the points menu and let's choose set coordinate file. And this time, now you see we're pointed right back where we were. We're in our folder because we're following the drawing. Okay, so that's where we are. And I want to use that same coordinate file, that exercise exercise 1, I thought had, well, I put some more points in it apparently. Yeah, those are those extra hundreds and 200s. So go ahead and choose exercise 1 coordinates and choose open. Now, if you notice, I've got a few more than those original 22. And if I look at my points, list points, I'll list them all. So I'll go 1 through 22, and then there's my 101 points, there's my 201 points, my 301 points all the way down. All right, so I'm going to get rid of from 101 onward, just to match yours. So I'm going to go to points, erase points. So select the points from the screen by group or by point number. I'm going to say by point number. And the numbers to erase, I'm going to just type 101-999, hit enter. It asks me delete the point from the coordinate file. Yes. Delete the point symbols. I don't have any in the drawing, so it won't matter here. And are you sure you want to? Yes. All right, so now tells me it took 27 points out of the file, the coordinate file, no points from the drawing. I go back to list my points. And I see I've got 1 through 22. All right, so let's draw those points now. Or even better, before we draw the points, let's go to draw 3D polyline. And let's just use the current drawing properties and say, okay. Now, this is the beauty of the difference between Carlson's draw commands and AutoCAD's draw commands. It says pick a point, which is what AutoCAD says, or it point numbers. So you can either type a coordinate or you can pick a point on the screen, but I can use point numbers. So let's say 13-18 and hit enter. And then hit enter to finish. Now let's zoom extents. Remember, double click the wheel. And there's a line that was created by those points 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And you can verify that by it read them out of the coordinate file, even though the points aren't in my drawing. But let's go ahead and draw the points now. Let's go to points, draw, locate points. And let's just say draw all. And now there's all your points drawn. So there's point 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So far, so good, right? So now let's move a point. Let's move this point 18. I'm just going to click on it. So I've selected it. I'm going to sit in that little grip right on the point, and I'm going to move it down here. There's my linking. Do you want to update the coordinate file? Yes. And now why did it not? Hmm. All right, if I erase that and redraw it, 13 through 18. Now if I move point 18, okay, see how the line follows it. So apparently when you draw a line in the drawing, if the point is not in the drawing, if it's just reading it from the coordinate file, the linking did not take effect. But right now it does. But now one thing is if you just select the line and you say move this point over to that point, and now if I move this, see how it goes back? Because it keeps that linking to that original point. But if you just graphically change something here, that line will not stay put. And if it's anything, like maybe you come over here and you've given it a description of test, say, okay, well, that's all good. And this stays moved. It hasn't changed anything yet. But if I were to move, say, this point and then update the coordinate file, I guess you have to move one of the points, or you have to update one of these points. Let's make that 740. Well, this would normally snap back. Jump back down to 16. I guess you have to move the actual point that of the grip that you moved. So if I do that, and then if this one moves, it doesn't do there, but this was the one that generated that. So if that one were to move, then it forces that back into place. So that's how that linking works. And it's more, the lines are linked to the points. The points are not linked to the lines. So you saw me be able to take that, and it did not pull the point with it. Now, if I were to change this, yeah, so if I do anything that affects that point, let me just double click and put in a, and I double click. Yeah, any change to a point that was used to create the line will force that back as long as that linking is turned on. Okay. So now, if we annotate that line, let's go up to the annotate menu and let's choose auto annotate. And just take the defaults right now and say okay. And then pick that particular line. Oh, hold on a second. It wants a table position. Let me set this back. All right, let's try that again. And let's go annotate, auto annotate. And let's see for use line tables right here. I'm going to say never. I'm going to say okay. I'll pick this. And now they're all the bearings and distances are created for me there. Now, if I'm going to move this point, remember my point is linking, is going to change my line. So I'll move it up to there. Yes, I'll update. So that went. And if I move this point, say out here, see it's going to pull the line, and notice the labels are going with it. Okay, and it's recomputing what those distances and bearings are. Okay, so now what this annotation is, if I select that entity, I look up here, it's just a line of text. There's nothing about it that makes it special. It's not some kind of, special format. So if I wanted to, I could move this, say, down here, and then move this guy over so that my bearing and distance is sitting there. And it'll stay like that. It's just text until or unless I were to change the line, then it recomputes the way it originally was. Now, if I make an edit there, it pulls it back. So all that linking is working here together. So I'm going to clear out all of those items here now. And let's go back to settings. Oh, Joe, okay, yes. Say again.
When I grab my points and move it, it doesn't give me the prompt to update the coordinate file.
So you select it. Are you then grabbing it from this grip?
Yes.
You're not just moving that, right? You're moving this.
Yeah, so all of the three entities associated with it go with it, or the two, there's no symbol.
Okay, and the symbol goes with it as well, right?
Yeah, I don't have any symbol. Well, I do have the X, so I guess I do have a symbol.
All right, so when you select it, you just grab the grip and move it. And you say you're not getting this prompt.
That's correct.
All right, so in your settings, Carlson configured general, do you have link points with coordinate file is checked?
Yes.
Huh. Let me see if there's another place for that. Do it one more time. Move it and then watch the command line. Does it prompt you down there by any chance?
Actually, it's saying specify stretch point. It's like a stretch thing.
Yeah, so if you just sit in the grip and hover, that's where it says specify stretch point. But then when you click and let go, this should pop up. You say
Huh.
you don't
Oh,
get,
you know what? It says warning coordinate file not found.
oh, set your coordinate
It's a
file. Look up at the top stripe of the screen. See where it says Carlson Civil 2025 or whatever.
yes.
It should say CRD and then it should list the file name.
Yeah, exercise 1 dash coordinates.
Okay, and then your drawing name. All right.
That's the example. Yeah.
So you're saying you're selecting and you don't get this.
Yes, for some whatever reason, I don't know if it's because I'm in demo mode, but it's not finding the coordinate file for some reason. It's okay.
Oh, it should. Do you know how to share your screen?
No.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I want you to share your screen. Down on the bottom of your little window, there's some buttons. There's one that says share. You see the controls down there?
Yeah.
So hit the button that says share, not the arrow beside it, but the little green button with the, and when that comes up, okay, there you go. All right, so now, um, I'm going to request remote control and let me take a look at what you've got here. Warning, coordinate file not found. All right, so I look at my points. All right, so there's 1 through 22. Lincoln's on. Dialogue is on. I'm
What
going to
happens if you try it?
I'm going to do it in a second. I'm going to redraw all your points, erase and redraw. I'll just draw them all. So 37 points. Let me see if I've got. Yeah, so there's 3 entities in the group. So now if I were to select this and do this, warning, coordinate file not found. Strange indeed. Let me try this. All right, there's all the points. It might be because it's in demo mode. I don't know. That's strange. Because it is definitely pointed to that file.
Let's just assume that. That's fine. We'll figure it out.
Wait just a minute. Here's possible. Let me try this. Data sets. Let's make that class example. Let's make sure it had the, I noticed you didn't have. No, it still doesn't show that it, okay, I see what it did. You're not looking at those extensions, so that's fine. Try one more time. Let me do this. I move point. Let's select point 22. Position it up there. Now it's just, yeah, it moved it without prompting. Now here, only coordinate file I found. That is the strangest thing. I don't know, Joe. That's possibly in demo mode. Let me see what version you are. Yeah, 2025, you're in 250622. So June 22. I'm in the very same release. It must be because of that demo mode. All right. I'll stop
Thank you.
remote control and bring back screen share here. And so you guys are seeing mine now? Oh,
Yeah, I see your desktop.
okay. Where did I? Oh, this is over here. There we go. Now, all right. Well, it should come back and prompt you if you're in the full version. I've, again, not ever seen that. There may be a setting somewhere. I don't know where it is. We can't track it down right now. But all right, so I'm going to go back now to settings, Carlson configure, general settings, and I'm going to uncheck this line work with points and labels with line work. Say okay and exit. Now, if I draw that 3D polyline and we said 13 through 18.
And it's still on your desktop, the share screen.
Oh, you see this or let me reshare. Let's see, screen. Oh, I see. It's this one that I want to share, but that's still. I share. Do you see it now? Or are you still looking at the,
I see it now.
see the drawing? Okay. All right, I may have been pointing to the wrong window when I was sharing it. All right, so now I'm going to go back to auto annotate and say, okay, choose my line work. And there it all is. Now, watch how this behavior is now different, because if I move this point, the linking for the coordinate file went up, the line did not change. And also, if I were to go back here, the label did not change. Now I can fix that by saying, just auto annotate. And because I've got in my settings to erase and redraw, which is in my general settings, I think here. Yeah, right here, previous labels, erase. Then it just clears them out and re-annotates manually. Okay, so now let's go back to turning on Carlson configure, general settings. I'll put these links back on. Say okay. But now, because I've got my links on, you would think that things would go back to the way they were, but it's not happening because the linking behavior, however it was set when the object was created, is how that object behaves. So I would have to recreate the lines, to go through those points and with the linking on for those things to be updatable. That's how that part works. Okay. Now, here's another quick example. I want you to draw 2D polyline, and we'll keep this layer, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to draw a point here, a point here, and a point here, and a point here. Okay. I've got a 2D polyline, and I want to turn that into a roadway centerline with curves in between here. So right now, it's nothing in the world more than just a polyline. So how do I turn that into a center line? And the answer to that, obviously, is you're going to look on the center line menu, and we're going to choose this polyline to center line file. Now, to get the curves in there, we can either do it after the fact, or we could even say, let's put in a fillet with a radius value of, say, from here to here, and we'll do here and here. All right, so there's a curve there already. All right, so you can pre-build your curves if you know what they are with the different radius values, or let's go to centerline and choose polyline to centerline file. It's going to ask us for a centerline file to write. So we're just going to call it test. Say save. It says select the polyline that represents the center line. There it is. That's the direction. If you want to change it, you can hit the reverse button. That's not, we'll take it as it is. Hit enter to conclude it. Now I have a file. And if I double click this line, notice if I if I double click this line down here, it just puts me down here in my edit polyline command. That's my standard CAD command. But because I associated this with a centerline file, if I double click it, it brings up Carlson's centerline editor. So there's that curve. if I want to put a curve in here, let's see, what is this curve? I'm going to double click it. It's got a, let's make that radius 50 feet and we'll say okay. So now it's going to be a little bigger. Let's come down here to this line and let's go to fit curve. And let's make that a radius of 75 feet. So you see that. Now watch what happens when I save and exit. See how that got linked? Likewise, if I were to, let's bring this point up, then it's maintained tangency there. So you see how it it keeps that linking. So if I were to link now this point, I think because I'm on that last one, let's set the radius. So it made the radius smaller. Let's pull this guy way back down. Let me set. All right, so now I've gone beyond, I've broken those tangential rules, but you can see how that all got linked. All right, and then of course I can undo back to here, and if I double click it, my centerline file is back where it was. The other nice thing about having these external files, just like we saw with points, and I can redraw my points if I wanted, I can also on my centerline menu draw a centerline file. And I'm going to put that on a C-road, C-road-centerline layer. You can draw in the PI lines. You can label the centerline stations. I'm going to set my stations. I'll say okay. I'll choose my file. And it's actually going to lay it in there. Now I need to regen my circles. So there's my stationing, my labels, all of that. And if I were to, let's see, let's grip edit this. All right, so I grip edited it. And now if I save and exit, see it recomputes the labels because that's now all been linked. If I just did that grip edit, right now, these don't immediately react until I go back into it. And I think if I have to hit save and exit, then it redraws the labeling. Okay, so that's how all that linking works. And it's really there to be helpful. But remember, it only applies as whatever the link was done on whoever's computer that did it at the time it was created is going to win. That's how it behaves. Okay. So that concludes our really terrible mass draw crap. So what I want to do next is, and we'll just do this the last little bit of a quick little exercise. If we, let's come back to our book here. We talked about these points and drawing lines. There's our group of 22 points. And we'll talk about point groups a little bit tomorrow when we come back. But what I want to show you are some of the other editing tools that we have in the drawing. So if you'll close this file, you can save it if you want, no need. And let's come back to this and let's choose Open Files. And let's choose this file called Sample from T3 Global and choose Open. And you're going to see a file. We're going to work with this pretty extensively tomorrow. So once this settles back down, want to talk a little bit about some of these edit tools and some of the things that are handy for you. Now, once you've got the file open, go up to the File menu and choose Save As. And let's call this one Class Example 2. And so now I'm going to keep that original intact. I want it to worry about overwriting it. Notice at the top stripe up here, my CRD says none, because it's not like the drawing wizard. When I made a new file, it prompted me to select a coordinate file. I don't have one. If I wanted one, I could set one, make a new one, make points, do whatever I wanted. Okay, so that's there. Now, you may notice I've been looking at certain things, like if I select something here and I go over here and I say, see, it's just a polyline. It has this, this elevation, it has this length, what have you. These are called my properties. And if you don't see those, just anywhere out in the drawing in blank space, right click and choose properties, and that will turn it on or off. And if it's back on, and sometimes it might be floating, out like this, to where you've got, the floating properties box. You can, in this stripe, you can click this button to choose allow dock. It's dock left. So it's now there. I'm going to right click up here and also unchoose auto hide, because I like to keep that out there and steady so that I can always go to it when I need to make some changes to certain things. And it can be resized, you can shrink it down a little bit if you want. Right, so that's handy to have out there. Now, you also may notice in yours, you may or may not have this ribbon interface at the top, which is this. And it has all these different ribbons. And that's really good if you like ribbon interfaces. I happen to find less functionality with this than it's worth to give up the screen real estate. So I tend to turn that off. The one nice thing about it, though, is that it does tend to group escape that. It does tend to group commands in related workflows. Okay, so that's a good thing about it. Now, here's one thing I want you to take a look at while we're here. Let's do a draw 2D polyline. And I'm going to set the color to be red. And let's make the width 2. Make sure you uncheck this use current. And I want you to draw some kind of figure like this, and then type C on the command line to close. So I now have a closed polyline. Now, for whatever reason, sometimes you might need to clip data either on the inside or the outside of something. And so that's a really handy command on the erase menu. You can erase by closed polyline. And if you do that, it wants you to pick the polyline. So you pick that polyline. You can limit what gets erased or choose them all, and you can then choose to erase either inside or outside. So if you say inside and say OK, notice what it does. It goes through and it basically does a trim based on that edge. Now, it sometimes leaves a couple of little stragglers, like for whatever reason that got left off there, and you could at that point just trim that. It says, oh, it's by itself. It trimmed this original off, but left that particular one in there because it was doubled up over. All right, so that is a nice little function. Alternately, you can I'm going to right click at recent commands. That was my erase by polyline. Again, select that one, and this time just erase on the outside. So sometimes, if you got too much data, you can trim it back. Now, notice this piece of text did not get trimmed off, and that's because if you look at that, that has that little grip. So the grip is called its insertion point, and it's because it's left justified. That's the left justification. If I were to change that to right, you'd see it pulls it back to that point. Okay, but whatever happened when this goes to trim by that or erase by that closed polyline, it looks at the insertion point, wherever that lies. If it's on the keep side, it keeps the whole thing. If it's on the throwaway side, it throws away the whole thing. So even if it were, where's my, oh, justify here. So if it were like this, and was sitting like that, so its insertion point, why am I getting two grips? Anyway, if it had been over here, and even if it crosses here, and if it's on the throwaway side, it sees that location and it takes the whole thing and throws it away. It doesn't split the text. It also won't do that with blocks, okay? So now that's good. Now there's another command similar to that called edit erase outside. Now that's not like erase outside of this closed polyline. That means erase outside of, and it says pick the first corner. So if you pick a corner here and go here, it's going to erase everything that lies outside of those corners. You see, and it not only erased, it doesn't trim it, it actually erases it. So you see all of the things that were in here were partially outside of that window I picked. So since they were outside, they got picked and taken. So now everything that's left is just everything that was completely within that window that I pick. So you don't pre-draw that one, you just pick corners. Now here's how this is a helpful command. Sometimes when you do a command like this, and let's, I'm just gonna draw a little point. And just put a point down there, okay? So I may not see that point anywhere, and I may say, I'm down here, and I say, all right, I want to do a zoom extend. So I'll go bing, bing, and well, it disappears, and I look, and it's like way up here, and there's something I know, and I can see that point. It's down here. But sometimes there are entities that are not visible. There's some kind of exotic thing, and if you can't ever find what those are, but you know that everything that you want to keep is represented here, and just go to that edit, erase outside, and click and click. And now if I do a zoom extents by double clicking the wheel, if I can manage it, it does the extents. There's nothing outside of it, including those weird things that you might not even be visible on the screen, okay? So those are just some of those edit type commands, and you can see, and we'll get a chance to do a lot of those, copy sections of polylines, offsets, multiple offsets, standards offsets. We've got three-dimensional offsets, 3D polyline. You can offset a 3D polyline, different kinds of ways. That's a good way to say build a curb line. If you got the face of the curb, you can do a 3D offset because that line is not in a flat plane. It has elevation, But you can tell it to take that line and raise it up and go over and do whatever else you want to with it. So it's just real neat little functions. And we'll get it to now, we're not going to have time to go through each one command to command to command, but we'll point out the good ones and you'll get a chance to use them along the way as we do some work tomorrow. Okay, so one last little thing to do here before we go. Let's go to the view menu and let's choose 3D view and let's choose drawing viewer. Now I want you to select the entities, read the line above, select the entities for the scene. So I'm going to drag a window around everything. It's all selected. I would enter to finish my selecting, and it's going to go into this 3D viewer window. Now yours might be, small like this. It's resizable. Now notice all these little pink dots. Those are individual CAD points or nodes. They're not Carlson points, but they show up here because of in my settings, I've got line work, pixel thickness, and then point pixel size. And I could change that back down to say something smaller, but I like to keep it up here so I can tell right away where I have points that when I go back, I'm going to exit, I'm going to click here or the X up here. See, I can't really see those points on the screen. I can now because I know what I'm looking for, but they're scattered throughout the whole drawing here. So if I repeat my command, it says select the entities for the screen. I'm just going to type ALL and hit enter and hit enter to finish. So there they all are. And here I'm going to make sure you click this second icon. We're going to learn all the ins and outs of this viewer as we go through the day tomorrow. But click that and then click down near the bottom, press and hold the left mouse button and push it up. And then go down to the bottom and click, and you can spin it around. So you can do all that. And then you roll in and out. Okay, so that's going to be something that we're going to use all the time to verify things that we've done. That's whether it's got elevation on them or not. And the nice thing about it is you can do all kinds of stuff and play around with this in here. And you can look at surfaces and you can see where surfaces might be tied. So if I had a surface, let me go back to I think this is the same. Yeah, there's the surface. So, it actually goes into the surface viewer and I can shade the surface on or off, and there's the triangles, you can see them as part of that. And that was actually from a different class, but the coordinates all lined up, so that's why you're seeing them there together. All right. And so now after you spin that around and get a little chance of that, look at some of the other controls over here. If you say color by elevation, if you pull that down and choose all, it shows you a range from blue to green in the middle, red in the highs, and it shades them in so you can see them by relative elevations. Again, if we go back to our surface superimposed over top of it, you get the same type of thing. Let me turn the surface back off. So that's a good QA/QC tool to help you. If you also notice, they give you a list of elevations on the side. So if you've got something that's causing a problem, maybe it's a point like way up here, way down here, you'll see these numbers are different and the colors won't be evenly distributed. they'll be skewed either high or low. So you'll be able to tell it that way. There's also this control here that says ignore zero elevations. If I uncheck that, let's go back to my plan view. And now if I spin it up, you see all of those things are down there at zero elevations. Now they don't line up directly underneath it because we're looking at a perspective view, which you can tell by under settings. If I turn on my bounding box, you see there it is. So they do line up, vertically point to point, but I'm viewing it in a perspective. Okay, so there's all the things that are down there at zero. And if we have that on to ignore zeros, then that box should encompass everything in our data set. Again, if you got something that's giving you problems, the box might jump way down here and maybe there's just a stray point or something way down below here. So if I were to, let me see if I can change this. I can't set a particular elevation. I can just set it to zero. But anyway, you get the idea, and that's going to be a really, really useful tool to help us evaluate our work as we go along, whether we've elevated things correctly, whether something is stray and causing a problem building the surface, that sort of thing. Okay, and so the nice thing is that I can just come back out and I'm right back where I left. Now you can do all that in the drawing. I'm going to hold the shift key, press and hold the wheel on the mouse like a button and push it up, and you can see it actually, does a similar type thing. And I can, sort of navigate my way around, and I see I've got some things down here at zero. Other things are all up here. But to get back to where I was, I have to come back here and hit this little top on the cue, or I can type the word plan and hit enter and follow the prompts. Okay, so but that viewer you're going to come to love, and you're going to have it's out here on a toolbar. And so I just run it and enter, pops me into my viewer. Again, you can put that on a different screen if you got a dual monitor setup, or you can make it smaller, do whatever you need to with it. Okay. So that's some of the stuff that we're going to get into tomorrow and have some fun with, some different things we can, look about. We've got our drawing inspector and different things that can sort of give us some real-time information about things that we open up. Okay. So that really brings us to 4:15, where normally would go to 4:30. We did not get our afternoon break. We can, if you'd like, call it the day, and this will be your afternoon break, and you can get out 15 minutes early. Or you can, we can, ask some questions or play around with it some more, do whatever you'd like. I'm here for you, whatever you'd like. Just let me know. Everybody want to put a pen in it till in the morning, or you want to keep looking for 15 minutes? Say again? I missed it.
That sounds good to me, Sarah.
Okay. All right. So you guys have been at this since early hours. All right, Joe, if you don't have any questions or any problem with that, we'll go ahead and end it right now. And let me make sure. Yep, I'll go ahead and stop the recording.